Where's the nearest restroom?
You're going to go through that door, the corner, and your second door to your right.
Thanks so much. Yeah. All of the monitors are on the laptop now. No, they should be seeing the room. There we go. Okay.
But the slave laws were so back in 1641. So if you were African, you were born until 1641.
Using you. I think I've got.
Perfectly fine. Okay.
And I was able to.
I find that so
I
interesting.
can go back to 17. That's the first census.
Good evening. Whoa.
Turn down your volume.
Okay, good evening. Welcome to the February 8th meeting of the Berkeley School Board. We are going to first approve the agenda, and then I'm going to briefly report out from closed session. So are there any changes to the agenda? Can I have a motion to approve the agenda? Motion by Director Pell. Second by Director Leva-Cutler. All in favor? Okay. I'm now going to report from closed session. In item 3.2, there was a motion by Director Appel, seconded by President Alper, to accept the resignation of employee ID number 011233. Vice President Daniels, Director Appel, Director Hempel, and Director Leva-Cutler voted in favor, so the vote was unanimous. Item 3.3.1, there was a motion by President Alper, seconded by Director Appel, to make an appointment of Aaron Schwang as the principal of Berkeley High School. Vice President Daniels, Director Hempel, and Director Leva-Cutler voted in favor, and the vote was unanimous. I'm going to take this opportunity very briefly to congratulate Ms. Schwang on her appointment as the principal of Berkeley High. We're going to take a brief recess to 7:30, and I will, before I recess, I'm going to confer with my Vice President. I'm going to report on the rest of the closed session when we come back at 7:30. And I will repeat the, report that I just made too when we get to 7:30. I'll finish reporting all of closed session at 7:30. Yeah, when more people are here. So thank you. We'll be in recess until 7:30.
Can you read my?
Well, it wasn't history, but I know a lot more about these fields than I started off with that. Yeah. So sometimes when you're in direct right, the journalism is a little bit more hands-on. Yeah.
That's okay, it's on. Can you switch me over? Doesn't go through here?
No.
They are the future of our classical music. And the experience touches the kids. It makes them dance. It makes them move. We know from all
all these studies, how the brains develop, how music just opens the pathways of learning, and how they not only become, fantastic students, but, their appreciation for the world is just really, really opened up through music.
I either want to be a policeman or a musician. If I become a musician, it's because I really like music, especially classical.
Music makes me feel happy because I like the sounds of the notes. When I grow up, I might be a musician, but I'm not sure because I also want to be a scientist.
I heard so many kids run up to their parents and say, I played in the Berkeley Symphony. They had such a feeling of empowerment. They felt like they were part of the real Berkeley Symphony.
Both of my children are musicians. They chose to do that. It wasn't something I grew up with, so I'm kind of watching and learning through them and developing my own appreciation of classical music.
I remember when I was in elementary school, musicians coming to my school, and it's part of why I became a trombonist.
Once I hear some music, I just feel like I'm in this new world.
It's a way to express myself.
I would feel very different without music. It's really powerful to the heart.
It's peaceful.
Breaks down the barriers between societies, between individuals. It's an international language. It helps them persevere. It helps them to follow through. It feeds the soul. It gives them something that is truly their own. It gives them an area of expression that they normally don't have. It is something that can be taken into any profession. One does not need to be a professional musician to reap the benefits of a music education.
You don't want to be in the front row?
These are ours. Perfect. You guys go right over there. Let's just. Here is for us. This mark for us. So you guys can have this row. Except this is our road.
You guys shouldn't have flowers? Rebecca? She did it backwards. Yeah, of course she did. And do I use the But this time she's Elsa.
Is that what happened?
That's what Justice said something and said like it'll be okay. Never mind, they were said something. So I don't like that. Yeah, that's
I'm like ambivalent to change this when it's too much, but
I don't know what I'm saying.
as soon as this
I just think moment. I just say students came in.
class when students were discussing this.
I'm so excited.
Is everybody going okay?
No.
Okay, because I don't have anything to say.
Bob, you know what I think I'm going to do? I'm going to move you to here. You may just have to stay right behind it. We're going to move together. There you go. They don't have They just don't have that camera volume. Oh, yeah. But when they do, I mean, I don't. Where can we send?
I thought it felt like it was the first season, but it was actually, so I think they what about like right here? Just like that. The discussion was kind of way like that. What he did was so cool. Like out of that. Yeah, what do you guys? I just want to show you. There's a nap, but I think it was just that long. How are we?
Going up? They could. Let me see. Who's first? You?
No, it's Emily.
Yeah, you should each go over the flower, and you should each hand off the flower to the one who follows who gives it to Charlotte. So you hand off to whoever's after you.
Or should they just leave them on the podium and not the end?
No,
I think
they have to hand it.
I'm not part of it.
Then you get one. Yeah.
Should we switch for orders? I would say so, yeah. No, anybody else with this? Oh.
Where am I sitting?
I don't know.
Good evening. We're returning from a recess. Welcome to you all. Welcome to the February 8th meeting of the Berkeley School Board. If you want to follow along on our online agenda, you can do so on your phone, or you can borrow a computer from Ms. Chairez to my left. I would like to remind everyone that this meeting is broadcasting live over YouTube and over the radio on 89.3 and on Comcast Channel 33. I neglected to mention earlier that we called the open session of tonight's meeting to order at 7 o'clock p.m. And for the record, closed session began at 5:45 p.m. Ms. Chairez, would you please share with community members the process for translation for this meeting?
Buenas noches y bienvenidos. Si hay un miembro del público que desea dirigirse a la mesa directiva y necesita traducción de inglés al español, favor de hacérmelo saber para proveerle ese servicio. Muchas gracias. Director Leva Cutler.
Presente.
Student Director Alante Keys is absent. Director Karen Hemphill.
Present.
Student Director Petra Silvi.
Present.
Director Judy Appel.
Here.
Vice President Josh Daniels.
Here.
President Ty Alper.
Present. Okay, we have already approved the agenda earlier tonight, so I will now report out from closed session. This is going to be a little bit longer than our typical report out from closed session. And I'm going to repeat a couple of reports from closed session that we made earlier tonight. First, item 3.1.1, which was the consideration of student expulsion in case number 16-17-07-040203. There was a motion by Director Appel to approve staff's recommendation to approve the settlement agreement in that case, a second by Director Hempel. Director Daniels abstained, and Director Leyva Cutler and myself voted in favor, so the vote was 4-0. In item 3.1.2, case number 16-17-15-101-804, there was a motion by Director Leyva Cutler and a second by Director Appel to approve the settlement agreement. Director Daniels abstained, and Director Hempel and myself voted in favor, and the vote was 4-0. In item number 3.1.3, case number 16-17-08-101-803, there was a motion by Director Leyva Cutler, a second by Director Hempel. Director Daniels abstained. Director Appel and myself voted in favor, and the vote was 4-0 to approve the settlement agreement in that case. In item number 3.1.4, case number 16-17-05-042800, there was a motion by Director Hempel with a second by Director Appel. Director Daniels abstained. Myself and Director Leyva Cutler voted in favor of the motion to approve the settlement, and the vote was 4-0. Did I just do 3.1.5?
800.
Okay, thank you. In 3.1.5, case number 16-17-09-121302, there was a motion by myself, a second by Director Hempel. Director Daniels abstained. Director Leyva Cutler and Director Appel voted in favor of the motion to approve the settlement, so the vote was 4-0. Finally, on these items, in item number 3.1.6, case number 16-17-10121-302, there was a motion by myself, a second by Director Appel. Director Daniels abstained. Director Hempel and Director Leyva Cutler voted in favor of the motion to approve the settlement, and the vote was 4-0. Okay. Item 3.2. Give me 1 minute. In item 3.2, in item 3.2, there was a motion, and I said this wrong earlier. There was a motion by Director Hempel and a second by myself to accept the resignation of employee ID number 011233. Director Vice President Daniels, Director Appel, and Director Leyva Cutler voted in favor, and the vote was 5-0. It was unanimous. Now moving to item 3.3.1. There was a motion by myself with a second from Director Appel, which was to appoint Aaron Schwang as the new principal of Berkeley High School. Vice President Daniels, Director Hempel, and Director Leyva Cutler voted in favor. The vote was 5-0, and it was unanimous. Excuse me. I'm going to make a brief statement about these actions that I just described. First, Mr. Passero has resigned as the principal at Berkeley High effective today. We wish Mr. Passero well, and we thank him for his service to the Berkeley High community. I want to take this opportunity to congratulate Erin Schwang on her appointment as the new principal of Berkeley High and express the board's appreciation to all of the staff and the administration at Berkeley High for their hard work during the last 2 months of leadership changes. We are thrilled that Ms. Schwang will be taking the helm at Berkeley High. She has served Berkeley schools for 19 years, and she brings a wealth of experience in instructional leadership to the high school. She began her work in the district in 1998 as a teacher at Rosa Parks Elementary, and she later served as the district's math coach. She then joined the staff at Longfellow Middle School, where she taught math and AVID, which is Advancement via Individual Determination, a college readiness class for students historically underrepresented in higher education. After a 2-year stint in the Evaluation and Assessment Department of the district, Ms. Schwang joined the Berkeley High administrative team in January 2014 as vice principal. In June of 2016, she was promoted to the position of executive vice principal, and she has been serving as the acting principal at Berkeley High since December. Ms. Schwang is a Berkeley resident whose career reflects a long and continuing commitment to the students of Berkeley schools. We are confident that as the principal of Berkeley High School, she will bring positive and productive leadership to the students, staff, and families at Berkeley High. So congratulations to Ms. Schwang. Now I'm moving to item 3.3.2. There was a motion by Director Hemphill, which was seconded by Director Leva Cutler. And this was a motion to appoint Dana Clark as the district's new Title IX coordinator and compliance officer. Myself, Vice President Daniels, and Director Appel voted in favor, and the vote was unanimous. Ms. Clark is here tonight, if you could stand. And I want to ask you to join me in congratulating her on this appointment. Ms. Clark, you don't have to keep standing, but I'm going to talk about you. Ms. Clark is an attorney with extensive experience in developing and implementing systems of compliance and accountability, and she's worked on social and environmental justice issues at the international, national, and local levels. She's also a Berkeley resident and a BUSD parent, and we are thrilled to have her joining our team. I want to exercise my prerogative as president to make another comment here about this particular position and the importance of it. And I want to be very clear. It's the policy of this district and our highest priority to keep students safe in our schools, safe from dangers from intruders, safe from natural disasters, and safe from harassment, bullying, and assault. There's nobody up here on this dais who does not share this core value and commitment. Parents and guardians entrust their children to us every day, and we take that awesome responsibility extremely seriously. Part of the reason that the position of Title IX coordinator exists is because of the fierce advocacy of many people in this room, particularly our students, and you should be commended for speaking up and speaking out. Your voices do have an impact, and they have had an impact. It will be the job of the Title IX coordinator to coordinate the prompt, effective, and equitable investigation and timely resolution of all complaints alleging sexual misconduct, discrimination, bullying, and other complaints filed with this district. And it's also the job of the Title IX coordinator to work with staff, students, and parents on effective research-based strategies to prevent instances of harassment and bullying in the first place, which is, of course, our goal. We've come a long way in just the last couple of years on these issues, and we know that we have work to do. In recent months, we have unfortunately been understaffed at the district and at the high school, but it has been a great pleasure of mine to announce last week the appointment of Brent Daniels as the Director of Human Resources for the district, and tonight the appointments of Erin Schwang as principal at Berkeley High and Dana Clark as the Title IX coordinator and compliance officer. We will be posting the positions of the now vacant vice principal spot at Berkeley High. And with a fully staffed team and excellent people in these positions, I'm excited to see the progress that we're going to make. And I want to thank you all for your patience and your collaboration with us, and congratulations again to our new employees. That is the report from closed session. I'm going to give now a brief overview of tonight's meeting. We will hear first 30 minutes of public comment, and then we will hear comment from our unions and district committees. Then we'll have comments from board members and the superintendent. Then we will consider our consent calendar, which are items that the board may vote on all in one motion. Then we will have our one action item, which is a public hearing on the approval of a developer fees proposal, for which we've allocated 20 minutes, and then a discussion item about our response to intervention processes in the schools, for which we've allocated 1 hour. The next item on the agenda is the 30 minutes for public comment. The Vice President and I have organized the speaking requests by agenda item, and we will rotate through the relevant agenda items so that we can do our best to hear from at least one person on each item and from each position. If your name is called, you may cede your time to another speaker. To do so, stand up if your name is called and state your name and indicate to whom you're ceding your time. By ceding your time, you give up your opportunity to speak, and no one can later cede their time to you to speak. Tonight, we're limiting speakers to 2 minutes to accommodate the large number of cards that we have turned in, so that more of you can speak. We limit that time so that we can hear from as many people as possible. In my discretion, I can allow extra time for those who need translation or who have other speech needs. When there's 1 minute left, the light at the lectern and up here will turn yellow. When it's turned red, that means your time has elapsed, and you'll hear a beeping. If you're still speaking when your time is up, please finish your sentence, and then stop speaking. Please don't try to speak beyond your time. We understand that there are many important issues that people are here to speak tonight about, and we want to be able to hear from as many people as possible. We're going to keep it to 30 minutes. To keep things moving, I'm going to ask that the person who's next stand over by the wall so that you're ready to come up when it's your turn. During the public comment, the board does not and cannot respond directly to comments or questions made. Board members, the superintendent and staff take notes during public comment and often follow up with speakers after the meeting. One last point, I want to remind everyone that there's, I see some children here, and there may be children listening, little children, listening or watching at home, so please keep that in mind as you speak. And if you have complaints about specific district employees, we encourage you to take advantage of our formal complaint process rather than using public comment for that purpose. We're going to now hear from Patricia Rodriguez, followed by Renee Revelorio. Did I apologize in advance for mispronouncing people's names? I will do that now. Ms. Rodriguez, you can come up here to the... Yeah, right to the microphone, and you've got 2 minutes.
Hello, school board. Thank you for this opportunity. I would like to describe my son's experience in Berkeley High. So my student was a freshman in a Mr. H advanced math. With a lot of effort, my husband and I decided to hire a private tutor for $80 per hour. Very professional and highly recommended. We hired her for 6 weeks in Q2. The tutor mentioned with exhaustive work, we can get a C. My son got an F on Q1, and he got a D- on Q2 with a good tutor and expensive tutor. That makes the semester with an F. This is unfair that my teenager earns an F since he attends class and he does homework. This is very discouraging. That is heartbreaking for everybody in my family. All my family are frustrated because even paying and working hard, it's a mission impossible. Go and look the classroom. The discrimination is visible. You will see non-color kid. But my child had high grades in middle school and passed the test to get in. After 1 semester ends, my son reports that the other color kid who's mixed, Brazilian and white, resigned from that class. Then we decide to do the same thing. Leticia Mesqua in the Parent Resource Center, she helped me very kindly to take him out. We don't want to give permission to this teacher to hurt my family plans. I want to take my kid to college and to university.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. Renee Revelorio.
Hi, My name is Renee, and I was one of the founding members of Vote at 16 and Measure Y1, which just passed this November. I'm here just to remind you guys that with the passing of Measure Y1, we want to work towards actually getting youth the ballot in the 2018 election. So I want to make sure that we can work together in order to have leadership from you guys and also from the city of Berkeley in order to make sure that we get all of the paperwork cleared and everything else that we need in order to vote in 2018. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So I'm going to call up Emily Levinson and the other 3 students who will have, Liz, a total of 6 minutes.
Good evening, school board. I'm speaking on behalf of Charlotte Wesley, a junior at Berkeley High. I'm here tonight to ask you to take action to fix the harm done by the Team 18 incident at BHS because the actions taken by the administration are not sufficient and have been going on for 2 months. On December 9th, I was in a class and a friend showed me a series of texts between him and his friend group. I saw a text saying one of my friends was going to be raped. When he showed me the text thread, he didn't seem at all concerned by the rape threats and blew them off. When I was a sophomore, I was raped. It changed my life. I dropped out of school for 4 weeks, had night terrors and panic attacks. So when he showed me those texts and blew it off like it was nothing, I felt unsafe and betrayed. I asked for his phone and he gave it to me, and I took screenshots of those texts instead to warn my friends about this plan. Going through the messages, I saw links in the detail part of the group chat that included nude photos of my friends and a sexual video of my friend that was taken without her knowledge. Within that day, I shared the messages with all the girls who were targeted to warn them that this was happening. My friend Tara and I went to our teacher for advice on what our next steps should be. As soon as she read the rape threats, she insisted we take them to Erin Schwang, our vice principal. Ms. Schwang asked us to write reports and the school day ended. It was a Friday. The girls who were mentioned in the group messages organized a meeting. As it turns out, someone also had screenshots of their Instagram posts. The boys said even more awful things there. I took the screenshots to warn my friends and shed light on the scary, heartbreaking things they were saying and doing to people I loved. When we went to the administration, which is where our teacher was instructed to direct us, we were looking for help in getting something awful and wrong corrected and to make sure the boys understood that their actions were harmful and needed to stop. When I came back to school after the first weekend, it seemed like the school was divided between those siding with the girls and those with the guys.
It seemed like people only talked about privacy in the phone, like the rape threats weren't the issue. I asked for the phone, and the guy gave it to me knowing I had seen rape threats. If you want to think about privacy, those photos and videos violated my friend's privacy. What about that? Which is the bigger violation? Getting busted for having rape threats and nude pics and videos on your phone, or asking to borrow somebody's phone to help a friend who was being threatened with rape? When we returned to school on Monday the 12th, all of the girls targeted experienced retaliation. We were stared down, yelled at, called stupid bitch, laughed at in the hallway, the classroom, and before and after school. I dropped out of my 3rd, 4th, and 5th periods because the school failed to create an accommodation for me to get me from place to place without running into them. On the way to my 3rd period class, I would see 3 of the boys crowded in the hall, and I was told to take a much longer route around the building to get around them because there were 3 of them and 1 of me, so I stopped going altogether. My friend Tara has 3 of them in her 6th period class, and she was told to go to the library during that period because there were 3 of them and 1 of her in that class. Another one of my friends sits next to one of them in her class and has asked to have her seat reassigned many times. Nothing has happened. The only classes I go to now are classes where I know I won't see the boys. I see them as a threat, and I feel the same fear that I did last year when I was dealing with the boy who raped me. When I got back to school on the 12th, we asked my mom and I for a safety plan and academic accommodations. I had not received enough for me to feel comfortable going to half of my classes. I now go to independent study instead of being in class with my friends and peers. Let me break it down. Some boys got busted for making rape threats and got mad about being caught. What happened, what was uncovered, was misogyny, rape threats, sexual pics, and videos taken without people's knowledge, and it was shown to me, and I did something about it.
Do you know that when the district's lawyer calls the parents of the girls about the case, they aren't talking about investigating the rape threats, but about the possibility of the text being tampered with by the girls? It's just wrong. I felt someone had to speak out, stop the rumors, and call out the behavior that got me here. Because I chose to stand up for what's right, I have paid the price socially, academically, and emotionally. How is it possible that still nothing has happened after all of this time, all of the evidence, and the guy's clear confessions through retaliatory texts and Instagram? When I watched the past videos of school board meetings where girls have given testimony about their experiences of retaliation here in BUSD, I realized it was the same. Their stories are just like mine. 2.5 years ago, the Team 15 case came to light. If you listen to those girls' testimony, it will sound strikingly similar. Nothing has changed. The day everything started, I wished I had received a list of the administration's next steps instead of having to beg for help and information. In the classes that I stopped going to because I was afraid of running into the boys, I have to ask those teachers for classwork. Those teachers don't always get back to me, and I fell behind. Within BUSD's own policy, it says that if a student is suspended, the district must collect their homework for them so that they don't fall behind. But what about the victim? What does this say about our priorities? At the very least, as a school board, your policies should explicitly support the victim's academic rights and collect their homework for them, not just the perpetrators who got suspended.
Hi, I'm Charlotte Wesley, and I'll be continuing my story. I've known some of these boys since middle school. They've come to my house, they know where I live, they vandalized my car, they threw eggs at my back gate. My mom is putting our house on the market next week just so they won't know where we live. I want to ask everyone in this room, what would you have done if you were in my shoes? Pretend you didn't see it? Ignore it? Laugh it off? I remembered what it was like to be sexually assaulted, how it changed my life, and how it should never happen to anyone else again. What would your story be in this situation? The lack of support by the administration to ensure school is a safe place for me and my friends is a violation of the Title IX law. The administration has told us they want us to do restorative justice to make this right, but nothing has happened. The administration has also said they cannot make restorative justice mandatory for the boys. So then what? What is to stop the boys from continuing this behavior? So now it's been 60 days, no restorative justice, no full safety plan, no full academic accommodations, and absolutely no closure. Please help the next girl 60 days earlier, and don't make her come here to be heard. Thank you.
Sharon Friedman, followed by Trent Anderson.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Sharon Friedman. I'm the parent of a 9th grader. I want to say that I have an education background, and I'm a very strong backer of Common Core math. I'm very excited about it. I'm very thrilled that Berkeley High is looking at ways to be teaching it. And problem solving and being challenged is a huge part of Common Core math. What I want to talk about is the curriculum. This is the curriculum. It's a booklet. It's called, Math Visions Project. And what it is it's modules. All 9th graders and 10th graders, this is their curriculum. So students go to class. They work on a problem in this curriculum. And then they come home and do homework. And at some point they get a test, which is not from the book. So what's happening is there's nothing other than that. So if a student misses math for any reason, an approved study trip or being homesick, there's nothing to look at to find out what happened. The only resource is what the students do during math class in the packet. If they don't bring the packet home, there's not even anything to look at. So my complaint, and I've talked about it with other parents, is that there needs to be resources that go with the curriculum, something to look something up. My son missed a class on matrices one day. It was the only day it was taught. There was no way to even find, he had never heard of them before. There was no way to find out what they were or what they learned about them, and then they're quizzed on it shortly after. So I have I've spoken to the administration. I got one email response that the faculty was working on putting together a support. But I didn't hear back from that when I asked what the timeline was, and then I learned from other parents that that was also promised last year. So we're in the second curriculum of this. Thank you for the time. I did submit a complaint form, heard no response.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. And then Jonathan Spaller.
Thank you. I'm here with my colleagues from Berkeley Rep to respectfully request that the school district establish a nonprofit exemption for the tax levy that is currently under consideration by the board. Just to give you a little bit of background, Berkeley Rep is currently seeking financing for a $24 million building project. It is primarily an artist housing project, but it's also going to include 10,000 square feet for our School of Theater. We're going to get no rental income from it. We are required by our unions to provide housing free of charge to our artists, and so that's what this building will be. It is workforce housing. We are precluded from renting the units to anybody else, so there will be no family housing, and it will provide no burden to the public schools. The reason that we're taking on such a costly project is because the cost of housing our artists over the past 10 years has tripled. It's now about 10% of our operating budget, and our board has mandated that the theater find a way to control the future growth of these costs because they are outpacing all other costs at the theater. The theater is a nonprofit theater. We don't have unlimited resources to absorb additional costs for a project like this. And the tax levy imposed by the school will significantly inflate the budget of our project. We're currently trying to cut $2 million from that project, and this tax levy will only increase our problem there. If we're unable to lower the costs, we will have to abandon the project, which means that an ever-growing portion of our operating budget will be directed toward rents for other developers who are less invested in the community than we are. And in closing, I just want to say that for many, many years, Berkeley Rep has been a steady and reliable resource for teachers and students and the public schools in Berkeley. And in the spirit of that good relationship, we really urge you to do your utmost to define a carve-out that will exempt this project from the tax levy. Thank you.
Thank you. Is it Mr. Spaller? Okay, and is Orlando Williams here? Okay, Mr. Williams, you're next.
Well, thank you very much, Board. And I'm here to continue the discussion about the challenges our children face in the math curriculum in Berkeley High School. We all know it's stipulated that our students need textbooks. They need to have teachers that are trained in new curriculum that they're presented, and they also need to have good teachers. We as a community of parents have brought our concerns repeatedly to the high school administration, to our new principal, and we've in fact collectively filed at least 5 complaints. There's not been a single response to any of the complaints, particularly on the issue of the fact that there are no textbooks for our children. We at Berkeley High School like to think of ourselves as a beacon of opportunity, of equity, and of hope, particularly for students from all different parts of our community here. We also know that we want to be able to advance our children who actually have made a commitment to the study of math. Why is it that we have to repeatedly bring to the administration, in ways that are well known, that through our complaints, and get absolutely no response? This is an issue that is repeatedly and repeatedly brought to the administration, and we are feeling extremely frustrated that the basic rules of the road that we as parents have access to, the complaint process, seems to be disregarded, completely ignored, and therefore we feel disrespected. But worse, our children are not being served. Our children are being put at the back of the educational bus when it comes to math, when it comes to the core curriculum. We want to advance, we want to help, but we expect that the administration and the board will at least adhere to the rules of the road that we've been given. At least 5 complaints, absolutely no response. How is that possible? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Williams.
Good evening, Board.
as you well know, I was here about a month or so ago with a sexual harassment case involving my daughter. And she would like to say a few words.
So I'd like to start off by saying that, one, I didn't really plan on speaking today, so this is not going to sound the most put together. I'm also here in support because this cycle needs to end now. I need to know that my sisters who are freshmen will feel safe coming to the administration about a sexual harassment case and not be worried about being blamed for the problem. This is a cycle. I know that you guys see that this is a cycle. You can stop it. You have the power to. There are rules in place that need to be enforced. The reason that BHS Stop Harassing was created was because there was a problem. If there wasn't a problem, we wouldn't need BHS Stop Harassing. But they have to support students that are not their own. This is you guys' job. I need to feel supported. We need to feel supported. Incoming students need to feel supported. And it's time that you guys take this into your hands. Please, I am begging you. Let me leave Berkeley High in 4 months knowing that my sisters are safer than I was. Please.
Thank you. Noah Balbrook.
Good evening, school board. My name is Noah. I'm a sophomore at Berkeley High School, and I'm reading what Justice Paraiso Caceres, who is a junior at BHS, wrote about his experience with the Team 18 incident as a bystander. He writes, "I want to start by thanking you for all the work you have done so far, yet there are still so many things to be done. My experience is as a bystander in class with one of the boys who was on the group texts Charlotte spoke about. The student wanted us to think, even though he had seen the things on the phone and knew that they were wrong, that Charlotte was wrong and the boys were the victims because she stole the phone. That is just wrong. Observing this male student in class really highlighted the fact that these boys in the group chat are ignorant of the idea that silence results in violence, and that if you know about something and don't do anything about it, you are in fact part of the problem. In class, when students were discussing this, they came to a consensus that administration would not hand out an appropriate punishment to the students involved in Team 18. The boy in the class who was involved with Team 18 shared with me what other students were saying in the group chat, and that there were some students in the group chat who tried to acknowledge that the things that were being said were wrong. I'd like to acknowledge these young men for speaking up in the group, but I also want to say to all of them, maybe it's worth questioning whether you even want to be involved with people who talk about girls like that. To be honest, I'm wondering why these boys didn't stand up earlier in the group chat. How did they wait with every other ugly thing said about the girls? Why did it have to escalate to such an extreme where rape was being threatened before anyone spoke up? My belief is that there is a connection between the lack of faith that sexual harassment is an important issue to administration and the boys' failure to speak up about what was being said in their conversation, which included threats of rape. It's something to think about. Again, this was written by Justice Paraiso Caceres, and I read it in support of all allies and upstanders. Thanks.
Thank you. Robin Wenrick, followed by Peggy Scott.
Good evening. My name is Deborah Thompson.
Okay.
I'm a parent of a junior now. I'm here tonight because I believe in systems. I'm a parent, I'm a citizen, I'm a public health nurse. Last year, my son experienced some quite severe bullying by the teacher. I was shocked. I met with the vice principal, discussed it. I met with her 3 times. I got no resolution. I told her I was going to file a complaint. She said, go ahead. I filed a complaint. I filed 2 complaints. I filed 1 complaint for bullying, and I filed 1 complaint for his behavior as a teacher, which was asked that I do this by 3 other Berkeley High School administrators. I filed Berkeley Unified School District Policy 10.4 for bullying. I filed Berkeley Unified School District 10.2 for teachers' behavior. I filed this on June 10th, 2016. I've heard nothing. Nothing. I have heard not 1 word. Why? What's going on? I voted. I'm a parent. I vote. It's my responsibility to vote. We all elected the board. These students don't have a voice, so we have to stand up for them. So my question is, am I ever going to hear a response from my June 10th? And if I am, when am I going to hear? And then I also want you to know that I'm not the only one. I know many people who want to file a complaint about bullying, but don't, because for 2 reasons. They'll get retaliated on by the teacher and by other students, and because they won't hear back. I have a copy for you. Please take it.
Thank you, Ms. Scott. And then Heidi Goldstein.
Thank you, School Board. I think you've heard tonight about unresolved sexual harassment complaints, unresolved complaints about the fact that there is no textbook for half of the students at Berkeley High. All of the freshmen and all of the sophomores do not have a math textbook. There's been a Williams complaint, at least 5 of them submitted. We have bullying by a teacher. We have a file of unresolved complaints, which I have told you about and which I said specifically, please go. The auditor saw this nice fat file of unresolved complaints. Would you please get it before it hits the shredder? I don't know if anybody went to the black hole over right next door to that office where they sat. I don't know if the file is still there. I hope you saved it from the shredder. But I can tell you, you now have unresolved complaints from 2014, 2015, 2016, and welcome to 2017. You're 60 days out for the very brave students who spoke tonight. So all I can say is, please fix your process. We're not sure where else to go, but we're willing to go there. We don't know if it's to the state or to the feds or to the county, but it's time for you all to step up. Please. And I also want to say personally, the next time that I hear that anyone on the school board referred to the parents who are trying to help students as privileged white women, I'd like to say that we're trying to teach our children not to speak like that, and we would really appreciate it if you didn't speak like that. We're here for all of the students, all of them, every single one. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Scott. Ms. Goldstein? And Ms. Goldstein will be our last speaker. No, you're up, but you're last.
I'm ceding my time to Rebecca Levinston.
Okay.
Thank you.
I want to talk a little bit about restorative justice. We had an incredible opportunity here at BUSD. You were wise enough to bring 2 brilliant women to meet the needs of students who've experienced sexual harm and sexual violence. Nuri Nurastat is as good as it gets. Here's the problem. She didn't get a chance to meet with those kids, right? That should have happened within 24 hours, 72 hours. Within a few days. So when you get 60 days for high school students, it's like 500 years for the rest of us, right? And so then what's happened in this process, I think, is that while Charlotte and her mother had a very good experience with her, and it was helpful, and it did what it was supposed to do, the likelihood 60 days out that she's going to be able to bring these parties together and work past the 60 days of stuff that has built up around the students, built up around those families, is pretty difficult to imagine. What I asked for when we learned that we were going to do this restorative justice with people who actually had skills, I said, can we figure out a way to get them involved really early on? Can they be part of the team that interviews, that talks to, that begins this process? Can we make sure that it's not sitting with folks who don't have skills in this direction? You have some good leaders. Tamara Friedman is good. Kiernan Rock is good. They are the folks who should be taking this on. I know you're excited about Erin Schwang, but every single sexual harassment case that woman has touched hasn't gone well. Please don't do that to the next round, right? Let's get some folks who actually have the time, the gift of working with folks who've been hurt and can actually follow through. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Thank you all. That now concludes the public comment period. Now we have an opportunity to hear from our unions. I see Ms. Campbell and Ms. Phillips. No. Is there any other union representatives besides Ms. Campbell who are here to speak? I'll give people a minute to get up.
And just before you all leave, I wanted to thank you all for coming out tonight. It means a lot to hear from our students.
Ms. Campbell, you're up.
Wasn't sure. Thank you. Good evening, board members and Superintendent Evans. My name is Kathy Campbell, and I'm the president of the Berkeley Federation of Teachers. I'm here tonight to speak on two items on your agenda, RTI and the proposal for developer fees. First, however, let me say that BFT is appalled by the actions of our president with regard to the Muslim ban he is so clearly trying to impose. We appreciate the strong messages coming from our superintendent and board that our schools are for all, and that we will resist any and all forms of exclusion and discrimination. On behalf of my members, I want to say that we stand with all of our students, families, and staff, and especially those that are the most recent targets of hatred and fear-mongering. This action by our president is having very serious impacts on employees, as well as students and families. Employees' families are having to make very serious emergency plans. They're having to talk about what will happen if the family is separated. They're making arrangements for visas for children. They're figuring out how they would live and how they would pay their bills. And they're experiencing trauma. They're experiencing new trauma and the recurrence of old trauma. And I'm sure that's true for students and for families as well. These actions on the part of the Trump administration are impacting our members' ability to do their extremely important jobs. And we will continue as a union to do all we can to resist these attacks. Next, I want to address item 12.1 in your agenda, the proposed developer fees. BFT supports very much the idea of developer fees and urges the board to take action on this tonight. These fees are common in the districts around us and are modest and appropriate. This revenue will help us to support our recent bond allocation in providing important contingency funds. In addition, the impacts of development on our district are real, and this proposal is a right-sized answer to addressing those impacts, enabling us to be more able to meet our students' needs. With regard to response to intervention, which many of you know is something that I find to be extremely important and that I'm semi-passionate about, and many of us have spoken about, and I'm sure you've spoken to many BFT members about this. We want the board to know that our members and BFT as a whole see this as a critical part of our efforts to close our equity gaps. RTI, along with well-resourced and supported professional learning communities, embodies our commitment to meeting student needs at the first sign of struggle. to targeting interventions, to monitoring student progress, and changing our approach if progress is not occurring. Given that the goal of RTI is to better serve our underserved students and to close our equity gaps, this expenditure is an excellent use of LCAP supplemental funds that exist for this exact purpose. These investments are still very new. This is like a 3-year-old program at this point, basically at K-5, and it's younger than that at middle school. These investments are still very new, and we have not yet seen the full fruits of these efforts. RTI has very significant potential to change student outcomes and to institutionalize the most impactful interventions. Our RTI teacher leaders and district TSAs, as well as district staff, are working extremely hard to refine and improve our systems, to identify the best interventions, and to monitor outcomes. We really appreciate having this item on the agenda this evening. I'm going to stay for the presentation. We'll share it with our members. We feel like this is a critical issue of supreme academic and behavioral importance, and we appreciate the board's attention to it this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Campbell. You left me 56 seconds. I wasn't prepared. Now there's an opportunity to hear from district committees. Is there any representatives? Ms. Staples? Anybody else? Oh, from PAC? Okay. You can go first. And then we'll do Ms. Staples.
Hi, I'm Tasha Henneman, and I'm a parent of, I have a niece who's a senior at Berkeley High, a daughter who graduated last year, and a son who's at LeConte in the 2nd grade.
Hello, and I'm Michael Herbert Gray. I have 2 children currently at Jefferson Elementary and 1 headed to Longfellow.
So we're the co-chairs of the LCAPS PAC, and we came here today just to share a really brief report on sort of what we've discussed so far, some of the parental concerns that have come up so far, and then just future topics of interest that the committee has asked for the board to consider in training. So I'm going to just share that so far our committee has talked about the general goals of the LCAP, functions of the PAC. We've looked at RTI data. We've had representatives from both the literacy and math coaches come to talk to us. We've had instructional recommendations and resources for, regarding RTT and math, and also an EL presentation for K through 8. So we've had speakers come. And so from those meetings and discussions, some of the parental concerns that came up were whether or not teacher expectations of all students are really equitable. I think just even hearing from some of the parents tonight, they really expressed a lot of the concerns that we're hearing in these PAC meetings. And although the PAC understands the role with LCAP and the purpose of the funding and why we're there to be this advisory committee, there are also concerns for the students who are excelling and not getting necessary modified work or accelerated support. So that was just something that came out of that group as well. There are definitely lots of concerns around notable differences in how students of color are taught and disciplined, and this is not just coming from the parents of color. These also comments that came from white parents who have students of color or students of color with special needs. There's a grave concern around whether the PAC really does have a voice in terms of board or district acceptance about our feelings and our recommendations. So that's certainly something that people are feeling like, is this really going to be valued, the time that's being spent? And also whether or not the amount of EL funding is proportionate to the unduplicated number of students. There are questions around sort of how funding is allocated towards certain groups of students and whether or not it's equitable in terms of the overall budget of LCAP. So I'm going to turn it over to my co-chair, who's going to just talk about some of the, based on our conversation, some of the concerns around future topics of interest we'd like to see for our teachers and or for our parents.
Okay, speaking on the future topics of interest, there's one recurring topic that no matter what we're scheduled to be talking about, it comes up every time, and we end up talking about implicit bias And we talk about the things that the district is trying to do about that implicit bias, including cultural competency training and equity work. But another recurring theme that we talk about quite regularly is holding teachers accountable and being able to identify the implicit bias that exists within the school system to actually do something about it. Because you can take as many courses as you want on equity, but if you're not concerned with being equitable, then nothing will change. Also, we talked about science and super science. People would like to see, we'd like to learn more about what exactly is happening with super science. We've heard that every school has a professional learning community, and there are 4 essential questions used by teachers to plan, reflect, and ensure student mastery. So how is this being done, and what carries over from school to school? How do we keep that going? Also, volunteering and teaching supports, and parent supports and resources. And also, 9th grade math was of concern to one of our members. We've learned about elementary and middle school math, and they'd like to have someone come in and talk to us about what's happening at the high school level. Okay, and that's it.
And then I would just say, lastly, the group is really interested in just overall equity training. So there was a request specifically for Maggie Riddle to come and talk to the group a little bit about what the district is doing specifically around that. So that's it. We'll be back.
Thank you both. Thank you both for co-chairing this committee.
Thank you.
Ms. Staples?
Good evening. The rest of the PTA Council Executive Board is at Berkeley High's information evening tonight. However, they're standing behind me in spirit, upholding the PTA mission to positively impact the lives of all children and families by representing our members and empowering and supporting them with skills in advocacy, leadership, and communication. 12 victims of the Team 15 cyber sexual bullying case are now sophomores in college. The perpetrators of Team 15 are 2 years in college, and their case at Berkeley High remains unresolved. The victims begged for, at the least, training on harm prevention before they left for college. The district did not provide it. Berkeley High Development Group did. 5 victims of the Team 18 cyber sexual bullying case filed complaints with the district in December, 2 months, and their cases are unresolved. Every day, both victims and their alleged perpetrators have to pass each other in the halls, worry about passing each other in the halls, attend classes together, all without any assistance in resolving this harm. Meanwhile, harm from the situation grows and spills over and spreads. We have lost track of how many young women have bravely stood here before you and testified painful stories of how they were sexually assaulted or harassed or stalked or shamed, the retaliation by the perpetrators because district lawyers didn't protect their identities, the investigations by district lawyers whose goal seems to be to repudiate the victims as liars and sluts so that their complaints can be made to go away, rather than to protect and uphold the victims. Their harms remain unresolved. How many of them must stand here before you before their harms are addressed? How many serious complaints by students and their parents? How many students will be harmed? How many years will pass? How old will the victims be before we admit that perhaps we did not put their needs first? Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other committee members? I don't see any. Okay, we will now hear comments from board members and the superintendent. Who would like to go first? Director Sylvie?
The Berkeley High leadership team wanted me to read a statement that they all wrote together. This is the statement. The BHS All-School Leadership Team stands in solidarity with all students targeted by the actions of the new federal administration in their first days in office. The policies of this new administration are ones of hate and discrimination. They go against every principle of diversity and inclusion that our campus and community represents. At BHS, we welcome students regardless of their immigration status, religion, race, sexual orientation, or gender. At BHS, no aspect of your identity or background diminishes your right to equitable opportunities in education and in life. As students, we vow to take a stand against these unconscionable acts of hate and oppression. We will stay true to our values and will strive to hold safe spaces for all students and staff. So that was by the Berkeley High leadership team, and I also wanted to say thank you to all the students that came out and spoke tonight for BHS Stop Harassing, and that I support them in that effort. Yeah.
Thank you. Who's next? Director Leva Cutler?
I also would like to thank the students and the parents and the community that have come out to speak to the board. All of us, I know, we take everything and all the comments seriously from both our parents and our students. And it's very difficult to hear the things that have transpired that are still being experienced by our students and our parents. And I'm sure our superintendent, unfortunately Pascal was not here to hear some of the statements, but in what will be our follow-up on terms of these complaints that are in our school district, whether it's the Williams, whether it's a sexual harassment, but how we can begin to start that process. And it is delayed, we all know this, and so we need to work on improving our system. So I look forward to hearing how we can reduce this so that we don't have to put our students out there in this way. Also, I'd like to thank the student leadership for this comment, for support for all of our students in opposition to this Republican Party and dogma. I went to the assembly on Friday, the Moving Forward, that was organized by the Chicano Latino United Voice, the Chicano Latino Club, and the BHS Harassing and our Muslim Student Association. I was inspired once again by the leadership and the message of acceptance, diversity, respect, and community by our students. It was very well organized, really incredible teaching for our students and for us as adults in terms of the leadership our students have in them. On the other end, visiting our child development and TK programs was also inspiring because that's another place where we have wonderful teachers that are teaching and caring in quality environments. So I want to thank my visit with Principal McDaniels in the TK at King CDC. So that will be my comment. Thank you.
Yes, I also wanted to thank everyone that came out here. It is always good to see our students empowered to speak their mind and to speak truth. And I think that is going to be it, and lessons that you learn in doing so will do you well in your life and will make a difference actually now as well, not just in the future. I just wanted to say that I will be holding office hours this month on Saturday, February 18th, which is the third Friday of the month, the third Saturday of the month, as opposed to the last Saturday of the month, because I'll be out of the country at the end of the month. And it will be Saturday, February 18th at 10:30 at Cafe Lila, bless you, at San Pablo and Delaware Avenue.
Yeah, it is really, I know it's this funny thing because the students are who have now mostly left and the parents are over there and we're here. And so it's this weird separation, but it really means a lot to us, and I can say a lot to me to have students come out, and I really hear what you're saying, so I really appreciate that. I also wanted to I guess, appreciate the Berkeley High community's patience as we, in waiting for the leadership transition at Berkeley High to be resolved. So I hope that you will be as committed to supporting Principal Schwang as she settles into this new permanent position, as well as the other administrators who have been working very hard to fill in the gaps as we've been down a person. So I hope you'll continue to work to support that transition, and I feel very positive about where we're going to be headed. I wanted to spend most of my time talking about just recognizing that the last couple of weeks, just since our last board meeting, we've seen so many acts of just like discrimination and bias and repression coming out of Washington, D.C. I feel like every day is almost an attack on my belief. I've made this administration has made me feel more patriotic about what I believe our values truly are as a country, and it's going to be a long haul. And I just wanted to say that, you know, in addition to that, there have been just incredible acts of resistance that we've seen, everything from our elected officials like Elizabeth Warren to our state, some of our state elected officials in really working to kind of legislate a sanctuary state, to to our national employees, like in the Department of Labor, who are all standing up and taking a strong voice against the current administration. And then like just the millions and millions of all of us who are taking our lunch breaks to make calls or email or post or tweet or have conversations with your family or strategize about next steps and think about how we can maintain a local presence and power here, as well as look to taking back the majority of control in 2018 at the federal level. So I know I've gone over my time, but I just really want to say I've been thinking so much about this, and that that we are going to have losses. I think that Elizabeth Warren said this today. We're going to have losses. We don't have the votes, right? Even though there's a majority of us who voted against this man who's in the White House, we really have to see this as a blip in the historical the history of our country, and it's only through our vigilance and resistance that we're going to be able to move past this, in the hope that we can come out of this with our democracy intact. So I just really wanted to encourage all of us to take care of ourselves and the people we love around us, and to continue to build the amount of resistance that we've been seeing in the recent past. Oh, I'm sorry. And one other little piece that I wanted to say, going way over my 2 minutes, is that one of the things that we've seen with the immigration ban over this, the Muslim ban over the last 2 weeks, is that we can anticipate that the registry that the Trump administration had been threatening throughout the campaign really could come to pass. And so I wanted to recommend to our policy committee that we pass a sister policy to the one that we passed to protect our students who are immigrants, so that we can also make it clear that we wouldn't participate in any effort to collect data on students based on religious practice or ethnicity or national origin.
Vice President Daniels.
Thank you, Mr. President. A couple of events coming up. A week from today at 6 o'clock in this room, we will be having a special board meeting on Berkeley High redesign. So hopefully you all are able to attend or watch, tell your friends, neighbors, classmates, etc. If we look at some of the decisions that this school board makes over the course of the next couple of years in terms of how it affects our community, this is probably going to be one of the biggest, and it doesn't happen all that often. So please spread the word. Please encourage folks to come. We really do want a full community discussion around what these next steps will look like. The Parent Advisory Committee, we just heard from our two awesome co-chairs, will be meeting next Thursday at 6 p.m., 2020 Bonar, room 126. Unfortunately, I'll be out of town for work and won't be able to attend, but I've been able to attend a few meetings so far, and I encourage everyone who's interested to attend those. Our esteemed president and I have our regular policy committee meeting at 1 o'clock, Ms. Chaitis? 1 o'clock on Friday, 2020 Bonar, room 126. And although I am biased, it is the best subcommittee of the district. Fair enough. We have the most fun. So I mentioned this last time, but I'll mention it again. There is a new, I'm over my time. All right, lastly, I just want to mention thanks to the students who came out around Measure Y1, and I really look forward to working with our administration and the city to move that forward. It needs to beep so I know when I'm done.
So I also want to acknowledge the students that came forth tonight. It's pretty upsetting to hear some of the stories from the children. The last 2 weeks, I've been really looking at our systems that we have in place, and there's definitely a breakdown in communication. And as I'm listening to these stories, and I've just been going through some of the files of cases that that were not answered, unresolved, I know that there has to be more work done in that area. I am looking so forward to Dana Clark joining me because I am acknowledging that that the system is flawed. And we need to do a better job to support our students. And I'm hoping, and I know that you will be able to help me correct that system so that our kids will feel supported. Parents will know that their complaints are being answered and in a timely manner. That's something I'm dedicated to working on in the next month, 2 months. This is a top priority for me. I do want to say, I want to thank, I want to acknowledge and just let the board know that we had, that our own Natasha Berry was honored this week by the Berkeley Symphony Music in the Schools program. Natasha Berry is our director of Berkeley Schools Enrichment Program and Community Relations, and it was an honor that was well deserved. She's done so much for our district and just in front of people and also behind the scenes. And so kudos to you, Natasha, you deserve this award.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Superintendent. That concludes the public comment. That concludes our comment period. Now we will consider the consent calendar. Is there a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved.
Director Hempel, is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Director Leva Cutler. All in favor? To approve the consent calendar. Thank you. Now I'm going to gavel open public hearing on the approval of the developer fees justification study and approval of resolution 17051. This is action item 12.1. Is there anyone here for public comment on this item? If you are, if you don't mind just standing up over here by the podium, just 2 people? Okay, we'll give you 3 minutes each.
Hi, go now, Ty? Okay, thank you. I'm John Kaner, the CEO of the Downtown Berkeley Association, and express our concern about these fees. If you look at all the apartment buildings that have been built in the downtown over the last several years, there virtually are no school-age children in these buildings. If you look at the Berkeley Central, the Varsity, Berkeley Apartments, the New California, there just aren't kids in these buildings. These buildings and the new buildings that are in the pipeline are targeting students, empty nesters, young professionals. So to have a fee based on sort of, I think, erroneous methodology based on proportion district-wide just makes absolutely no sense. It's certainly, I think the basis of a fee in the suburbs makes a lot of sense. I mean, you know, you build housing tracts, there's a lot of kids and students, and they should be paying into the school district, but there just aren't students there. And then the other thing is, you know, Berkeley has probably the most expensive development and affordable housing and other fees in the country, or certainly in the state. And we are trying to build as much housing as possible along the whole range. and to be burdening additional fees on top of this that aren't based on sound logic, where there doesn't seem to be really a nexus, frankly doesn't make sense and seems to be overreaching. So I would recommend you go back and revisit the methodology. And if you want or need additional money, we're a generous community. We'd love, this community loves to give money, add it on to additional bond measure. So I think it's misguided. I don't think it makes sense. We need to, I don't think we should be unfairly burdening the new housing market where we need affordable housing, we need workforce housing, and we need housing for empty nesters and seniors, et cetera. And we need to build that housing now. There's a tremendous housing shortage in the Bay Area. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. President, Mr. Superintendent, board members, I'm Stuart Grundle. I'm the managing member of the entity that owns 1950 Addison downtown. It's a fully approved 107-unit apartment community, similar to what Mr. Kainer just said regarding our unit mix. It's primarily empty nester and professionals in serving the non-student community. But my reason for speaking with you tonight isn't to just challenge the fee, it's just the methodology. I reached out to your staff in the facilities, and they were very responsive. And there's a number of projects right now that have submitted their plans. They've been approved by the final organizing bodies within the city. They've submitted their plans, and typically in the city of Berkeley, it takes at least 6 months to process a set of plans, and it can cost anywhere from $200,000 or $300,000 for the smallest projects that you see. Up to, in our project, it's over $1 million of plans, and those plans go in. And then on top of that, we have to expend another $300,000 to $500,000 of application fees for that building permit. So we already expended that money, and we consider ourselves a hardship case because under the state code that you've defined in Section 11 of the resolution, the state code allows the district to collect the fee upon issuance of the building permit with no regard to when the application was filed. So very simply, I can't control the city staff's response time in getting back my plan check comments and issuing that permit. They're doing their best, and they've got their own staffing issues and resource issues. So I asked your staff to exempt those applications currently on file, have paid all those fees that I mentioned, so they're, quote, in process. And I can't tell you the number, but there's got to be at least half a dozen. That was my first proposal to Mr. White, and I believe in his report, his staff report to you, that he cited that. So technically, your Section 11 text looks like it allows for staff to have discretion for making that call. So those applications on file would be exempt from the fee. And because you've got your district has to certify those projects that have complied with the ordinance. But state law is clear, folks, that you have to collect the fee upon issuance. So that was my request with this body via Mr. White, and I believe he conveyed that exactly in writing in the staff report. The second issue that I asked for was that there are, according to the planning director, there are no less than 12 projects right now that of certain size that have been approved that are using diligent, commercially reasonable efforts to process their permits, but they haven't filed yet. And I asked for a 270-day period. There's about 10 of us that met with staff in the last 30 days to discuss this.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'm now going to close the hearing, and we will have discussion. So, Mr. White, our superintendent.
Yes, so I just want to say to the board that we brought this to you quite a few times, and there were several questions that you asked us to research. And so Director Tim White will be able to answer many of those questions tonight. We've also provided you a summary of the impact on some of the parcels, small, medium, and large. So he'll be able to address that. But I just want him to review quickly just what we've talked about. where we are right now, and at the end, we can have a discussion, and it is my goal that the board support this, and this is an action item for us. So with that, I'm turning it over to our director.
Thank you, Dr. Evans. Thank you, Governing Board, for this opportunity to present to you tonight our recommendation regarding the developer impact fee associated with the facilities program. As you know, Berkeley Unified School District is justified based on an analysis to collect a legal maximum fee of $3.48 per square foot of residential development, as authorized by Government Code Section 65995, which is Level 1 fees. We collect these as future residential development creates a school facility cost for us of $4.49 per square foot. The district is also justified to collect a legal maximum fee of 56 cents per square foot of development on all categories of commercial, industrial developments, as these categories of developments create school facilities costs for us ranging from $1.55 to $6.49 per square foot of future development, even when fees from linked residential units are accounted for. So each square foot of future residential development creates an estimated school facilities cost to this district of $4.49. All categories of commercial industrial development create an estimated school facilities cost ranging from $1.55 to $6.59 per square foot of commercial industrial development, even when these fees from linked residential units are accounted for. So if the district collects a current maximum fee on residential development authorized by the analysis and by Government Code Section 65995, we collect the fee of $3.48 per square foot for residential development. The current maximum fee on commercial residential development authorized by the district of 56 cents per square foot fee revenue will offset from 8.5% to 36.1% of the school facility costs attributed to that type of development. And conversely, the $3.48 will offset about 77% of the cost of that development to the school district. With that said, we do recommend that this board consider the staff recommendations set forth. And with respect to the request and the requests that came in terms of the discussion around affordable housing, requests around nonprofit housing as well. As much as we do respect and want to see particularly affordable housing development in Berkeley and not be obstructionist to future developments, we also believe it's extremely important that we do approve this fee for many, many reasons. And I heard the comments from developers today, and respectfully say that we used a very low generation rate. We understand that a generation rate of like 0.02 was used, and so it's a very, very low student generation rate. And even using that generation rate, we came up with a qualification of $4.50 a square foot, of which we statutorily could only get $3.48. And so that's what's before you today with consideration for the request. And I look forward to taking your comments.
Thank you, Director Appel.
Thank you, Director White, and I want to commend you for all of your work on this. It's been in the works for quite a while. I think this was one of the first things you took on when you joined our district. When was that? Almost a year ago?
About 2 years ago.
No,
a couple
really?
days, yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow, time flies.
March.
I'm getting old. Anyway, so it's been a while. So this fee shouldn't really be a surprise to anyone who is developing any projects here in Berkeley. And I also want to recognize that for property values in general in the district, our good schools are definitely a bonus. And while the current projects might not have a lot of children in them, my hope is that we will be developing housing that will accommodate families, because we want to continue to make Berkeley a place that's friendly for families and their children. So I'm a strong supporter for the development fees. I did have a request for a friendly amendment, and I know we don't have a motion yet, but an amendment to this, which I do apologize for this coming from me just over the last week or so, Tim, because we have talked about these developer fees, I guess, for 2 years, not 1 year. But I did not realize that we didn't have any kind of exemption for low or very low income housing. So I wanted to see how how you respond to exempting housing projects that are either 50% or 75% low or very low income housing units from our developer fees. And my justification for that is, first of all, unfortunately, I think that's going to be very few projects, because we have, as far as I know, there's very few in the pipeline. But I also feel like if there are developers who are really working to try to create low or very low income housing units in our city, that I personally would not want to be doing anything to, it's really hard to make those projects work, so I wouldn't want to do anything to get in the way or obstruct the viability of those projects. So my recommendation is that we do take action today, but we take action with direction to staff to include an exemption. My suggestion is for any unit, any housing, any development that has over 50% low or very low income. So not moderate or affordable, but low or very low income housing units.
So I also want to thank Mr. White for his comments as well, for all the work that he's done on this, and the patience that you've given me in talking about this. You know, I don't think I'm that much different from where I stand than you, Director Appel, sorry. But I do think, I think there's two things. I think that while I do hope that we have more family-friendly housing, the larger units, I think that while it may be true that some of the downtown complexes right now are being marketed to empty nesters or professionals, that doesn't mean that they'll never change the tendency. Housing prices aren't going down, and we can certainly go to a San Francisco where people are raising children in not just 2-bedroom, but even 1-bedroom apartments. And so I think that if I'm looking at kind of the life cycle of these complexes, that I can't say that, that these are not complexes that will not be having students that we will need to accommodate in the long term. And this is a one-time fee. This is not a fee that is assessed every single year for the life of the project. So if we don't capture it at the beginning of the project, we won't be able to capture it when, and if those units, do have families in them. And so I just want to make that remark. In terms of an exemption, I would be more comfortable if there is interest on this board in there being an exemption for nonprofit developed housing. I would also be open to that that it would also include moderate income housing, especially housing that's provided for teachers. Many of our teaching staff would not qualify for low income, but yet they cannot live here on their salaries. And I think that there is some support on the state level now for teacher housing, and I would not want to limit any exemption to low income housing, and then we'd find ourselves possibly discouraging developers, including teacher housing. But I do feel strongly that it should be limited to nonprofit organizations. There's several in the Bay Area, RCD or such, or Berkeley Rep if they're doing housing, because their margins are much different than the private developers. And in many cases, these developers are including housing as part of agreements that they have with the city, that the city is providing them city resources as part of their projects. And so to exempt them for doing something that they are required to do as part of a condition of approval with the city doesn't make sense to me. So I would like to limit it to the nonprofits that specialize in affordable housing, and not make it inclusive of moderate housing, because I think that these are the organizations that I would like to look at, these organizations setting aside some of those units for teacher housing. And that would be moderate, that would be more likely to be moderate housing.
So I am fine with the moderate housing, and I just don't want to have a blanket exemption for all nonprofit development, because I don't want to create a, nonprofit housing development would be, I could, yeah, well, yeah, you said both. Well, if that's what you meant, that's great.
Well, I also support the developer fees, and thank you very much for the report. When I was reading the report that was provided by the consultants, there was a page about for seniors also, that there was for commercial industrial. Is there in the resolution, is there also for commercial industrial for projects involving our seniors? Is that something that, it was on this big report, the one that was done by the contractors? Well, anyway, there was another fee of 0.56 that was recommended.
There is an exemption for senior housing.
For senior housing. So, so I agree in terms of the affordable housing for nonprofits, and especially inclusive, given the moderate low. I concur with my fellow board members on this. And wondering if that fee, if instead of the exemption also, or considering the 0.56 fee, which is a reduced rate, not the whole. Isn't there another rate?
The 0.56 is the commercial industrial rate, and the 3.48 is the residential rate.
Mm-hmm. Well, that would be another option to consider in terms of whether we were to use that exemption. And also a concern in terms of, I mean, having gone, and I don't know, I think fellow board members have gone through the process of, our own houses and permits, and you have your budget already signed in terms of this extra expensive organizations and people who are already in the pipeline have already had their budgets in this addition. What can we consider in those who are already in the pipeline? Because this would be effective
60 days from the date of board approval.
So could a consideration be for a time period for those who are already in the pipeline longer than the 60 days? Is that something that board members would consider, or just it's 60 days and that's it? Because I feel that in terms of funding and budgeting.
I personally, I said I am in favor of exempting nonprofit housing, even though that only because I think that given the high cost of housing, it's going to be nonprofits that are going to be providing, to the extent that it's going to be provided in any meaningful quantities. In terms of kind of grandfathering in, we're talking about 1% to 2% of construction cost in most of these projects, and that I don't see as being a particular hardship for the for-profit developers. So I'm not particularly interested. It doesn't mean that there isn't a majority of the board that is, but I'm not particularly interested in that. For me, I would support exempting nonprofit affordable housing.
I've had some conversations with some people who I really trust who are developers or are familiar with the development, kind of what's in the pipeline here. And I recognize there are a few projects that have, that are already well along who will still be subject to these fees. And this will definitely, they'll have to go back and probably look at that. But I do think, again, this isn't news. We've been talking about this for over a year and maybe even longer. And so it shouldn't come as a surprise to anybody who's been working on a project for that period of time. If anything, people got extra time because we're going to, from now, then have 60 more days. So it's just, at some point, we're going to have to say this is it. And there's already been so much development that's happened that we as a district, unlike other districts around us, haven't been able to benefit from, as far as keeping pace with the new developments in our school district. So we're kind of basically subsidizing that new development. So I would, I support Karen. I think we're on the same page as far as the addition or the amendment. So I don't know if we have a third person supporting this on the board, but other than that, I feel really comfortable with what you've presented.
Director White, do you know whether other districts, since most, if not all, of our neighboring districts have developer fees, do you know whether our neighboring districts have exemptions for nonprofit housing or affordable housing?
I actually checked out with our consultant and folks in Sacramento, consultants who did the analysis, and they've done the same service for many school districts, including Oakland Unified. And they could not think of any school district, reading from an email, that's exempted low-income housing developments or nonprofits from paying the fee. So it's, to their knowledge, something that they have not seen other districts do.
But they're not necessarily experiencing the high cost of housing and the gentrification that Berkeley is.
I didn't explore that question.
What? I guess one concern I have about an exemption, and you actually mentioned it, Director Hempel, is that what a residential structure is being used for right now is not necessarily what it'll be used for 10, 15, 20 years from now. Right. So I have a concern about carving out an exemption, even if the immediate usage is for affordable housing or built by a nonprofit corporation. But I also, I guess, just have a clarifying question. I'm not quite sure I understand what you and Director Pell are proposing. How are you proposing that we define what the exemption is? I guess I'm just a little unclear.
Well, I think there's been two proposals. I originally was suggesting, because they're low or very low income housing there are benchmarks that are determined by federal regulations. So I was just suggesting those two more than anything, just to make it clear that, I wanted to emphasize very low income housing, but I'm happy to go up to moderate. I think Karen is suggesting, in addition to that the developer be a nonprofit housing developer.
So Karen, you're suggesting it has to be both a nonprofit developer and a certain percentage of it low-income housing? Affordable.
That would follow the federal guidelines.
Yes, and there are federal guidelines. Those are, words for us, but they're very specific, and any developer
terms of
knows.
art.
Like, I think moderate's 120% of the median, and I have been now retired for more than a year. I used to work in Emerville. I used to know all this stuff. But there's very...
But are you saying a certain percentage of housing that's defined as affordable? Or is
we could either do it, well, I guess the question would be, it could either be on a by-unit basis, or it could be for the project if it's at least 50%. But the nonprofits that do this, this is they're in the business of doing affordable housing. They're not in the business of doing market rate housing.
Yeah, I think if we did low-income housing developers or affordable housing developers, we could not, I mean, that's the only kind of housing. I believe those are the only projects they do. Like RCD doesn't do commercial properties or market rate. They might do mixed use, but that would be fine as long as, I think in order for them to qualify for projects, they have to have a certain percentage of affordable units.
I'll go for it.
So I don't think there's any general disagreement about sort of the motivation and the desire. I do think I was taking some notes. I do think, at least one of my initial comments was going to be, I don't think we should overstate the importance of this funding to BUSD. We have a $210 million bond program on top of an existing bond program, and that's not to say that a couple additional $1 million is not going to be meaningful. It will, but we're talking about, you know, less than 10% of a bond program. On the flip side, I don't think it's also fair to overstate the impact of this fee on development in Berkeley. We as a city have been discussing the issue a lot, understandably, the impact, having grown up here, seen the change. And you know, a lot of our recent mayoral race focused on this issue of development. So I just think I think it's important, but we as a school district are not typically in this issue. And so I think we have to tread a little bit carefully since it's not really our expertise. And I also would caution us to develop policy details from the dais. Because I think issues around sort of, is it 50% of the units? Is it on a per square footage unit? Is it moderate? Is it, you know, so a suggestion might be to approve the current resolution, because unlike other actions that we take as a board, this one has a resolution that delineates with a lot of specificity what the process is. One of the things we've not talked about yet is sort of this appeal process and who does that apply to and how that works and how that, you know, whether that would allow certain individuals and builders and not others to appeal. So I might suggest that we approve the policy as is, although I would prefer to do a 60-day timeline. Maybe we extend the timeline for implementation to 90 or 120 days. And in the meantime, we give direction to staff to come back to us with specific changes to the resolution that we could then sort of readopt in some sense. But we're putting people on notice that it's happening by such and such a date. Maybe we'll make some changes to it to do a couple of carve-outs or address the appeals process. But that way everyone knows it's happening, they can plan for it, and we don't have to, again, sort of argue about what is the moderate, what, you know, defining affordability. I think we would probably have to actually amend the resolution from the dais, and I think that makes me very nervous given we have not read it all, we don't know all the nuances. So without weighing in on a particular sort of affordability level or nonprofit level, I might suggest we take that approach because we've debated and discussed around whether we should do this or not. Let's do it and then make changes sort of after we've set the ball in motion. That would just be a suggestion that I have for us to consider.
So I have a question for Mr. White. How long would it take staff to come back? Now, there may be other board members that have other issues, but the only issue that I have heard that I think that there might be at least 3 votes for at this point is doing a carve-out for nonprofit affordable housing. And so how long would it take for staff to come back with a recommendation on how best to do that?
Probably about 2 weeks. I'd like to make sure statutorily that we run those kind of exemptions, through our legal counsel as well. Basically, we're looking at ed code and government code in terms of the analysis is foundational basis. And so as we look at some of the exemptions, I think as Director Daniels said, my concern would be that I tread really carefully along it, considering it is something that Berkeley's never done. And that, as an example, in addition to us applying for developer fees, we're also applying for projects, state funding from the State of California School Facilities Fund based on the new passage of Prop 51. And so one of the requirements is that you do show that you have beat the bushes for all available money. The model for facilities maintenance in the state of California is this three-pronged model that we talked about, including developer fees, local fees, and state fees. And so that's just one nuance in terms of being cautious in how we proceed.
Okay,
But
thank you,
I
Mr.
would say
White.
a couple weeks.
So I'm very conscious of the fact that we have teachers here for the next item. So I like Director Daniels' suggestion. I'm really reluctant to put off the approval of the fees to another meeting, but I think if there's support for the direction to staff to come back with a proposed amendment to the fees and give us options with respect to affordable housing or low-income housing.
I think I'd like to can you do a temperature check of the board regarding support for that kind of amendment? Because I don't, it's a little bit of a.
Well, let's do that.
If we could just do a temperature check to see if people would support, once staff comes back with a proposal, if there would be support for that, then I would feel comfortable in that two-part process. Otherwise, my advice would be to send it back to staff and we can vote on the whole thing.
Okay, well, let's start with you.
Before we do temperature check, sorry, Mr. President, the other issue that we haven't discussed yet is the appeals process. And the way that it's written is that you can only appeal it if you're commercial or industrial, not residential. And I think and to the point that Mr. Kaner raised and others around sort of whether the multiplier is accurate and whether units are appropriate, I don't know, but I think that may be something to look into too, to see whether, rather than, because another option versus exemptions is to just establish an appeals process that allows certain entities to use that process to not pay the fee. I'm not saying that's a better approach, but I just think that we may want to include that in terms of what we're asking staff to look into. So in terms of a temperature check, maybe we could ask about both of those things.
Okay, separately.
However you want to do it.
Well, let's do both together, those two things?
We can do both together.
Okay, so what's your temperature check in terms of, and I guess the question is, do you feel sufficiently, do you feel that you may support, you're inclined to support?
I'm inclined
how
to
would you put it?
support an affordable housing exemption, and
In a review of the appeal process?
I'm always happy to see a review of it, but I also want to say I don't want to set up a situation where we're going to have, 10 hearings on appeals for these development fees, because I don't think our staff can handle that. So I'm a little concerned about making that process too broad.
Okay, so just briefly, Director Sylvie?
I'm not really sure.
Okay, that's fine. Director Hempel?
I would support staff coming back with a recommendation on how best to exempt nonprofit affordable housing. And I am still not clear, Director Daniels, about exactly what you're concerned about the appeals process. So it's hard for me to support that when I'm not really clear why you want to do that.
Well, I think it's just unclear right now. My understanding of the government code is that there's a provision for anybody to file a protest or an appeal. The resolution itself seems to only apply to commercial fees as opposed to the residential fees.
So maybe the better question is asking Mr. White why it was written that way.
Well, I think we need to keep going with the temperature check. So I'm willing to explore. I'm not sure how I would ultimately vote on the affordable housing, but I'm certainly willing to hear a proposal.
I'm somewhat swayed by the president's argument around sort of the change of use over time and what today is affordable is no longer, or what today is not perfectly designed for families. It becomes more like that in 10, 20, 30 years. That being said, there are some housing units that in the deed are limited for, in perpetuity. And so I'm not absolutely against it. I'm not absolutely for it, but I'd like to think more about what you said in terms of how that impacts our district, both in the first 5 years after completion of the project, but also the next 25 years.
Okay, and Director Leif Cutler?
supportive of the coming back with affordable housing for families. And also, you mentioned the days. I'd also like consideration of extending those days from 60 to whatever you mentioned, 120. And more clarity on the appeals process. I think that would help both the district and our community.
I also want to make it clear with affordable housing, I know we don't want to talk about this, but when these units for affordable housing units, they don't convert back over in 5 years. They're affordable housing units, usually with a subsidy attached that's part of the financing for the building, so they have to remain that way.
Yeah, generally, it's like, you know, it's a good 20, 30 years. They have to remain affordable as part of the financing. I do have a question, Director. I don't know, I mean, I'm not particularly interested in extending the timeline, but if there are 3 board members that are, then that's another question.
Okay, let's take a temperature check on that. Director Leva Cutler is interested in extending the timeline. Are you, Director Dinos?
I mean, thank you. In general, no, but I think, I don't want us to be backed up against the wall. And so we have, you know, a board meeting at the end of February, 2 board meetings in March, and then I think there's 1 before April 11th. So we have 4 board meetings, but if it's 60 days, that makes me a little bit nervous in case that we have other issues and, you know, again.
So how many days would you propose?
I'm going to throw it out to 90, just to give us a little bit of a cushion.
Okay, I'm going to, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
All right, I'm going to move to adopt the adopt the developer fees with the amendment that the fees are not imposed for 90 days, with direction to staff to return to us at the next board meeting with a proposal for providing an exemption for nonprofit affordable housing units and clarification of how the appeals process works.
Friendly amendment, Mr. President.
Yeah.
Just to be clear that we are striking on section 13 of the resolution, the word 60 and the number 60, replacing it with the word 90 and the number 90.
Yeah, I will accept that friendly amendment. Is there a second? Director Appel, second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, thank you, Director White. Are we able to, is everybody able to stay for the RTI presentation? Where are our teachers? Okay, thank you for your patience, and we will move to item 13.1.
I'll introduce. Okay. So, teachers, thank you so much, and principals as well. There's a lot that has gone into this presentation. It's a little different than than many of our other presentations because it provides an overview of RTI, what the district is doing, but also what some of our sites are doing at the elementary as well as middle school. And so you will be able to see how RTI fits in with the professional learning communities, with the professional development. We are so far beyond when I first came here, and to see where we are now from where we were before is just pretty amazing. Before we start, I do want to introduce some of the people that we do have here tonight. With Maggie Riddle, who is our director of K-8. We have Kirsten Snyder, who is a TSA, also RTI teacher at Emerson. Simone Miller, district TSA lit coach, is also at Muir. Marcus, I did see here, he left, principal at Longfellow. Susan Hodge is our principal at Emerson, and Shona Dickerson is at Jefferson. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to the team.
Okay, now I think it is. Let me push it back a little bit. Principal Garcia was here, but he did have Sol and Olin with him, who are really teeny tiny, and so he did have to go. But I do have a couple of slides from his school and the great work they're doing there, and I will definitely share them with you. So there we go. Okay, so to start off, Dr. Evans did a great introduction to let you know that I've presented to you on response to intervention for 2 years in a row. This will be the third year, and I think you'll see a big difference because if you went back and look at the presentations we gave the other years, of course, we always end with the goals for the following year. And this year, we've made incredible strides, and I'm really proud to have this group of folks with me here tonight to share some of those with you. So Dr. Evans already introduced everybody, and so our presentation tonight's really designed to give you an overview about how all of our systems and initiatives come together to support response to intervention. So with that, this is a little view of what we have going on in that regard. And you can see that our professional learning communities are smack dab in the middle because that's one of the main ways that we bring professionalism to the work that we're doing for response to intervention in all of our initiatives. Let me just take a look at my notes here. I'm sorry, I'm a little tired, but I will rally. And so, as you know, we've spent 2 years in formal training for professional learning communities. Our first year, we started out with site teams that were mostly folks who were interventionists and, of course, our principals. Our second year, we moved into, again, another training with our principals and then expanded to include regular general ed teachers, regular classroom teachers. And so with that, the goal of the professional learning community is to bring everybody together in a cycle of inquiry, and that inquiry supports all of these other ovals that you see up here. Our coordination of services teams, which is the way response to intervention is organized at the site, our professional development department, which makes sure that all of our staff are trained in the best possible ways for Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3 interventions, our community supports, because you'll see that our community partners play a role in the response to intervention services at the site, naturally the equity strategies, because key to any type of work with students is that students are engaged and that we're providing equitable opportunities for them. And then, of course, our 6-week data cycles. Did I make that go off, or did they move it? Okay. Or you've got it on your screen still, right? Okay. And so our 6-week data cycles also are another way that we're bringing a goal-oriented look at how our students are doing and moving them, accelerating them to meet new goals. So with that, I'll go on to our next slide, and I know you're familiar with this, but the professional learning community focuses on these 4 questions. They're very simple questions, they're direct questions, they're very clear questions, but what they do is they put us in a continuous cycle of inquiry where we are keeping at the center the most important things, and those are the answers to these 4 questions with all eyes actually on student work. And you can see from the slide that I showed previously with all of the different areas coming together that the professional learning community does look at academics, but also looks at any other questions that we might have at the site, including behavioral supports, attendance, and pretty much anything else that we want to explore and come up with a solution for. The PLC uses the key questions to examine the student work, and this is just a short list of all the ways that the PLC is spread out through our meeting structures and departments in the district. It's really actually amazing to see, and I'm sure if you spend any time at the sites and go into any type of meetings that we're having, you'll see the influence of the PLC there. So I know you can read through the list at your leisure because you have the presentation, but it's been very exhilarating to see that happening. This slide, are you getting it? Yeah? Okay. This slide's just to show you some posters that were created during one of our last PLC sessions, just to give you a little bit of a hands-on experience here. And of course, I threw in a couple of slides of the great people doing the work as they were working together to examine this. And Susan's going to talk a little bit about that.
So all the schools are represented, and each time we get our training, we look at data points, and this is an example of us looking at attendance data and how attendance might impact student achievement. The goal, though, there is that we are practicing the cycle of inquiry. We're making sure we're using data and that we're going through the steps. What can happen easily is you can spiral off onto conversations that aren't about data and they're about one child. And then you've lost the forward motion about looking at all the kids and the interventions that you're planning. So these trainings have really given the sites practice going through the process. Then they roll back to their sites because you have all these teachers from different grade levels, and then they roll it out in all the grade levels. And we facilitate these across all the schools, grade level or department meetings, looking at student data, having had the practice of going through the process.
So I'm going to highlight the work of several of the sites, but as you saw from that previous slide, all of our sites, our TK8 sites, are all involved in this whole process. So everything I'm talking about is at all sites, but I just have some specific information to share with you from a few sites. So here you've got the coordination of services team at Oxford. So Principal Beth Ryan presented to principals last week to share the intervention at Oxford School, and our principals are actually presenting to our team regularly now so we can learn from each other. So you can see that this is just the way a coordination of service team looks at Oxford School and all of the members that are on the team and what the team is focused on. This slide also is about the same thing. Yeah, sure. Sorry about that.
Will you be able to you'll email us this PowerPoint?
Yeah,
Okay, thanks.
absolutely. And I'm assuming that we'll spend most of the time in the questions and that the team will be able to answer any questions that you have.
Okay, thanks.
So this is just one school. All of our schools have coordination of services teams, all 14. And while the coordination of service team meetings don't look exactly alike, this is representative of the work of one school, Oxford School. Now, on the next slide, you see that the teams meet regularly. They meet to discuss students who are receiving the RTI services and to track their progress. The coordination of service team is going to review the referrals that the RTI teacher leader has received, and then they're going to put their heads together, as a team does, and really figure out what are the next steps for that child. And they may suggest tier 1, tier 2, or tier 3 interventions and supports. It really varies because it's really totally about the child. Now, Kirsten and Simone are going to talk to you a little bit about their work.
Roll on.
Am I going first or? Oh, hi. Hello. So the teacher lead position is my role. I'm point 2 and Simone is point 4, and we're sharing it. Our work is to support all the TK through 8 sites. Currently, though, is K5, and then a TK comes to our meetings as well. We're beginning our work with middle schools, which is exciting. We hold regular PLC meetings with our teacher leads at our sites. We meet with them weekly, and I think this is one of the highlights of the work because those weekly meetings really push all the work forward. We monitor data cycles with our RTI teacher leads at our lead meetings as well as in the weekly meetings. And we've all received extensive training in Illuminate, and it's I think utilized a lot more now because we're all much more familiar with it, and we've done a really good job with our 6-week cycles in terms of using Illuminate.
Let's see if I can get it. Excuse me. Oh, okay. And we're passionate about researching possible interventions for our students. We feel like we work with the students who are most concerned about falling through the cracks. We don't want any students to fall through the cracks, and so we're constantly tailoring our interventions to make sure that they meet exactly what the students need. And in that sense, we're also participating in professional development, department meetings with other teachers. We're constantly speaking with classroom teachers about what their kids need. They know their students really well, and we're learning a lot from them. And we're passionate about collaborating with staff in the content areas to make sure that those kids who need extra help, our most vulnerable students, will be able to rise up in the subjects that they're studying in the content areas. And we are working with our teacher leaders at each site. They provide 80% direct service to students in small groups and in sometimes one-on-one settings, usually small group settings. And then, of course, to make sure that no one falls through the cracks and that everyone is being seen sort of with a magnifying glass, looking at all the data, they also coordinate case management at the sites. And Kirsten and I also help them look at the data to make sure that no one is falling behind and that we're working with each student as best we can.
And I would add on that this is the first year we've had 2 teacher leaders in the RTI position, and luckily Simone and Kirsten are the 2 because their work at their sites speaks for them. And they have, in this short period of time, done remarkable work leading the RTI teachers and bringing real organization to the work that they're doing. So I'm very grateful to have them and looking forward to working with them, hopefully for a really long time. Susan is going to explain a little bit about some of our literacy supports.
So everybody was working hard 10 years ago and 20 years ago, even me right here in Berkeley. And this work has been going on. The difference now is the coordination of it. Imagine, you have all your chores to do and everybody in the family's working to do something, but no one's coordinating anything getting done. So you have some general effectiveness and people make progress. But in the classroom, teachers are on deck 100% of the time. They don't get to go out and chit-chat and review things. They're just on deck. This process, this pullback and looking at data and focusing what they're doing with a colleague, knowing they're going to collect their data, turn it in, and it's going to be reviewed on this date at this meeting, really drives their energy and focus. And there's many ways they intervene. For example, a tier 1, which is the big deal. It's the foundation. If you build really fancy stuff on the 2nd or 3rd floor and you have no bottom floor, then it's all going to collapse. So tier 1 is your strongest. It's your base. And in there, that's where the teachers are working in the PLCs. That's what they're doing daily. They pull strategy groups. This is math. This is reading. This is writing. And they have a goal. And they have target kids, and they're working with those kids 3 times a week, 5 times a week, 2 times a week with specific goals. The strategy group, it's a literacy group or conferencing, and all these different ways to reach these target groups. And while they only have a PLC in one grade level, one subject area at a time, they're actually doing the same thing in all subject areas, reading, writing, and math, pulling these groups. And then that's your base. Your tier 2 interventions are now coming in with another person coming in and saying, okay, you've got these, kids covered. I'm going to pull these 3 or these 5, and I'm going to 3 days a week teach an LLI group, an ELD group. There's some online programs, Read 180, all the different, there'll be build tutors. All these are your second tier, while the teacher is providing that base still and always. Then you come in with another layer of what you're doing for the child. Then many children, which is very important to know and learn, have to learn in a smaller and smaller setting. The more risks, the more risk factors, the less they can do in a large group. So it's almost like I talk about nose to nose. If I can't touch your nose, you may not be learning. And that's where you get into that tier 3, that top level with kids, where you're in a smaller group, you're modifying the curriculum, you're doing one-on-one reading recovery or some kind of individualized activity where kids are really closely monitored and in a smaller group more frequently. So that's basically tier 3. There's many other things, but those are your.
And one thing we're really happy about is that we brought LLI into the middle schools this year, and that's been really amazing. The teachers who are using it really love it and have just jumped into the work, and we're seeing a lot of progress. And now we're going to talk a little bit about that progress because Shona's going to speak about some of the incredible work that she and the staff at Jefferson are doing.
Here, sit. Only a teacher would just kneel before the microphone.
So I'm here to present some data that I presented to our SGC at Jefferson last night. And this data is based on the students who are receiving Tier 2 and Tier 3 support in reading at Jefferson. And in our last 6-week cycle, which finished 2 weeks ago, we had 57 students receiving reading intervention. And of those 57, 13 students were actually receiving 2 interventions. 50 out of 57 of the students made growth. So 50 out of 57 made at least 1 reading level's worth of growth. 42 out of 57 students made accelerated growth. And 30 students grew 2 levels or more. And it's important to realize that that was within a 6-week cycle. And if we look at the next slide, we can see a bar graph there showing the number of students who, and the number of reading levels that they gained. So 7 didn't make any growth, 25 made 1 level worth of growth in reading, 25 made 2 levels, 13 made 3 levels. And you can see that 2 students made 4 levels worth of growth and 2 students made 6 levels worth of growth in that 6 weeks.
So also to point out that the slide wasn't actually created for this PowerPoint, which just shows you that the sites are doing this level of work right at the site with their own teams. And I'm glad I can share it with you. So Marcos was going to present this slide. He presented to the principals this morning, did a really great job sharing the reading interventions that are happening in the middle schools. Now, again, some of these interventions are new at the middle school level. Us elementary folks are really more used to having all this kind of programming going on, but we do have students in the middle schools who definitely need support in reading. So as you can see, we have Read 180 in 6th, 7th, and 8th. And again, we've started LLI in 6th, 7th, and 8th. And we also added on lit coaches in the middle schools last year. So we have lit coaches and RTI coordinators and specialists. We have a reading class, which is a 6th grade workshop model. It's a pilot that Aaron Fowler, who was a former lit coach, is leading, and we'll see how that turns out. But right now it's looking really great. I've been in there to see how she's doing. And they're using Newsella, and I actually don't know what IR is, and LLI. They have morning reading before school, and everyone, I think, knows that the more time you're actually looking at a book, reading a book, the better you're going to do. So they've opened that opportunity up for kids. And they do have some challenges with the same ones that we typically face regarding different interventions bumping up against each other, and then making sure that when teachers are working after hours and working additional hours, that we're able to compensate them fairly. And this slide is about math interventions, and Susan's going to talk about the K-5. She is our resident math expert.
So this is I think my 29th year in Berkeley. I taught for 14, and I've been a principal now for 15, if my math serves me. And we didn't have intervention materials. When we taught in the classroom, we just made it up. We just found some books that were right level. We made some math things, and we did the best we could. And it's only really within the last number of years that we actually have interventions. So do you know what LLI is? We keep saying that word. It's an intervention reading program where you don't have to go find a book and gather this. They're leveled. The great questions are right there. So you don't have to spend hours planning. You just go, and they're high interest books. So having that alone has been amazing. Very easy to implement. Then for now we have, for kids who can't work within currently the grade level curriculum, they may have a very special learning need, and they're maybe 4 to 5 years below grade level, or maybe 3 years. They may do something called Do the Math, which is a different curriculum that focuses on a set of skills that they're working through. Again, it's all ready to use. We use, Anna Delgado created some interventions for the Story of Units curriculum, a whole notebook on that, and Kirsten's doing that at our site, intervening with the math group. And they're doing a lot of scoring and analysis of assessments There are a lot of math programs happening now. You probably are familiar with the Khan Academy. There's a new one called ZERN, which is aligned directly with a story of units. So children are in there working exactly, doing the models they have to do back in class. What you want to avoid is teaching someone something different when they're at high risk of not getting what they were doing over here. You want there to be alignment, and these are very well aligned. I don't know as much about the 6-8 interventions, except that they have the story of resource of ratios, and they are offering tutoring in math, one-on-one things. And the teachers, many of the teachers at middle school open their classrooms at lunch, and children go in there to get math help daily. So it's, finally, we do have interventions that we can use.
And I'll just briefly show you this slide about some of the math interventions that are happening at Longfellow. Again, this is from a presentation earlier today. King and Willard also have quite a bit going on for math interventions and supports. And again, teachers really going the extra mile and working before school, after school, at lunch, at recess, and making sure that kids are getting the support they need. I've been into Marlo Warburton's class at Longfellow during a math intervention class, and was really just in awe of how carefully she was focusing the instruction so kids could be successful. This slide just is to let you know that all of this is what goes into making sure that response to intervention works, because nothing happens without making sure that our staff are respectfully trained to do the best job that they can possibly do. And I know that we've really increased professional development, and we will reap the benefits in terms of our students succeeding. So these are just some of the things that we do that we're continuing to work with. Case management and data analysis cycles are new this year, and we talked a little bit about them. Conscientious case management allows us to provide for interventions for students in a wide variety of areas and to track their success. We're working on 6 to 8 week cycles. We discuss them in principals meetings. We discuss them at the sites, and some sites have even taken it beyond that, and if we had more time, we could again go into some of the work from the sites. Shona, for example, has gone into the district's assessment calendar and aligned all the data cycles for next year even, so that we can keep this up. And I'm going to show you a little bit, and I'm probably going to go quickly through these because we're already at 22 minutes. But this is where a screenshot from Illuminate, where we are entering all of our case management data in Illuminate, so we can go in there and carefully track how kids are doing. And again, we're not just looking for has the child reached proficiency? We're looking at what progress are they making? Are they moving along? Because that's extremely important to us. This data tracker was developed at Rosa Parks by Brooke Pesson-Wedby, who did an incredible job putting forward the Year of the Reader and joining in the equity strategies and case management to, again, throw that focus on students. So I just wanted to give you an example of that. This is also a slide from Rosa Parks, from Brooke's work, where they're looking at progress monitoring and just giving a year at a glance for these focused students. So 6 rounds of progress monitoring, including 3 trimester assessments, 6 individual student conferences, progress review and goal setting, and school-wide mid-year and end-of-year reports. And that's what it takes, is this kind of analysis to make the progress we need. Kirsten and Simone.
So we've had we set goals for ourselves this year. Excuse us while we get organized here. We've set lots of goals for ourselves. We were pretty lofty coming in and excited about the work. We wanted to make sure that we had valid and comparable data for reading and writing, because we are using an intervention system of LLI, but we are also implementing curriculum of TCRWP. So we've done a lot of work around assessment and discussing assessment and looking at both curriculums to make sure that our data is valid. We're also working really hard to do comparable data for math. We use exit tickets in Restorative units. We are also using something else that wasn't mentioned is Embark, which is a really valuable site that Anna Delgado has put a lot of effort in. They're out of Pleasanton. They have quizzes and have aligned tasks that go with every module, so you can actually pull assessments that are not part of the ASOU units. And I, myself, as RTI, I use those a lot in my work to track how my students are doing. So I have a pre, a mid, and a post assessment to see how their progress is coming along. And then we're regularly updating our data and collecting data on a 6-week cycle. Actually, more often than that, we're doing pre, mid, and post within 6 weeks. So you're looking at, every 3 weeks, we're monitoring data.
And we're really proud of all the site leaders, and also Brea helped us implement that 6-week data collection. It's really given a sense of urgency to seeing where kids are starting and where they're leaving that 6-week cycle. And sometimes they'll enter right into another 6-week cycle if we feel that they need more help. And that gives us a really great springboard to talk about data, analyze the data, and think about the very best placement at each site for the student. Do they need LLI? Do they need reading recovery? What does each student need in math? We're really trying to be detectives and investigate what works best for each student, because all kids don't need the same thing. In fact, they all need slightly different tweaking to make sure that they have the best plan possible for them. So we're really committed to that specifically tailored intervention that happens in a 6-week cycle so that we can see the improvement and the growth. And if students aren't getting it, where do we go from there? And if they are getting it, what do we do then? So we're constantly monitoring that.
Is that it?
So, of course, we do want to leave you with the goals. Of course, there's one more slide after this, but these are just our goals for 17-18. Of course, deepen the PLC structures at the site, continue professional development in all the tiers with emphasis on tier 2 and 3, further develop and align middle school RTI practices and programs, implement uniform best practices that we've developed, align all district assessments to the 8-week data analysis cycles, and continue to analyze the results, and expand our repertoire of math intervention, reading intervention programs, while diving into looking at very specific programs that we haven't tried yet that are for students with dyslexia and other kinds of learning needs. And of course, you know by now that I'm going to end with something on equity, because equity, of course, is the most important thing of all. And so this is a quote from our equity policy, our equity rubric that was done in 2008, and our equity strategies are below.
Thank you so much. I wanted to just start by apologizing to you all. I'm looking at the agenda and realizing that you thought that you were going to be speaking much earlier, and it's completely my fault. So I'm sorry. It's not lost on us that it's a sacrifice to come here and not be with your families and not be home. So I do apologize. Thank you for staying. This is really important, and I'm glad that we were able to have the time to talk about it. We have half an hour left, so are you all able to stay and discuss this more with us? Okay, I do appreciate it, and I do apologize. So let me open it up for questions and comments. Go ahead.
Well, I want to thank you, and I want to thank all the teachers, and I know behind you there's many teachers who have been working very busy with you on this, the response to intervention, which, that we've been fine-tuning and becoming much more clear in terms of the purpose and the work behind it for our students. So my curiosity is that we're doing this work now, but how we transition students from preschool to TK, and then from the elementary to the middle school. And then, now that we have 3 years already in our pockets, as a result of the response to intervention that children had in elementary school, how are they faring now in the high school as a result? Has that been lost, or is that still there for those students? I would be interested in terms of, because what are the gains? We are now we're just starting with our middle school students, but I would be interested in terms of that handoff that we're really having with our students that once they start high school, and is the work that we're doing now, does it get lost someplace along the pipeline? And how can we continue to hand off those students to the high school in a way that still highlights some of their needs, at the same time given the intervention that they certainly need? I don't know if we've done that. Can we look at that at some point?
Yeah, we can definitely look at that. We do have a process for bringing kids from preschool into elementary, and TK. This is the first year we've had two TKs that are not based at the site, so we'll need to work on that a little bit more. But we do have a process every year where the preschool meets with the elementary school, and we hand off the students and begin that work right now. But I think one of you had a story about how quickly a new student can be moved right into the programming that we have. And now with the RTI folks at middle school, we'll have an improvement in the process. We always had a process where we met the teams from the elementary site, meet with the teams from the middle school site, and again, make sure everybody's versed on the students, but there's always room for improvement.
Well, those children are important that are in tier 1, 2, 3, but I would be particularly focused on those tier 3 students that, we wrapping around all the services and then there's nothing. I don't know if that happened, if there is a continuity of attention to those students' academic needs.
There is a connection between middle school and high school, but I don't know that connection quite as well. But I think Susan's got a few things to say.
We actually hand off, we jokingly call it speed dating, but we come with a list, all our students' cards or papers in hand. And, I've had 6 years with these kids. I know these kids. And I sit with the principal or the team, actually. There's a whole team, and I go over every child saying, the little pieces that we know, excuse me, that we want them to know. So we hand it off that way. The pre-Ks do the same thing. They sit there and talk to us, and they say, here's 2 kids. They have the same name. Don't ever put them in the same class. That level they know, and so we follow those things. What I did want to tell you is I was rainy day, all day. Oh, it's been rough at the schools. So I'm walking the halls at 1:20, just before we get out at 1:30, and I'm peeking in classrooms, and teachers are busy assessing children between 1 and 1:30 before they get out. And I walk down, and I find a new student. She came on Friday from another country with her family. Monday, we put her in a class at 10 o'clock. I walked her down to a class, to a teacher. And today, Wednesday, I found her in the hall with an intervention person who was doing one-on-one work with her. Then I turned, I was like, whoa, wow, that was fast. And I turned to my intervention teacher, who happens to be Kirsten, and find out she's already not only getting that one-on-one support, she's in an LLI group starting Monday. So that fast, we already know what our systems, who's got what now, so you can quickly get a child in. And then you just keep that ball rolling forward as they go in. The middle school kids are in LLI groups now down there that we had in LLI groups at our school.
Well, as we go on to in the high school, I know it's something that to be considered in the redesign. Just one more thing in terms of the summer and how this work, this important work, and how many of our students go into the Parks and Recs program, go into other programs or not, but how we can continue in our libraries, how we're using this kind of support to support our students so that there is no summer slide. So I look forward to hearing a stronger in our summer programming, so how we can ensure that those students don't slide off all the great work that's being done during the school year.
Definitely on our radar.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Director Bell.
A few questions. First of all, this is great progress. It's great to see this, and I want to also credit our teachers union for their strong support for this, both PLCs and RTI. And so it's really exciting to see. I'm a big supporter. I have a few questions. So I'm still a little unclear about the process. So I'm me. teacher, Judy, and I identify that like Josh is not getting, like he's not getting it, right? He's not getting the reading, he's way behind. So what happens at that point? Like, so I identify that, what happens?
Yeah, I have to show us.
So that, let me just.
I just picked on you because you're so smart, Josh.
Okay, so if you're a teacher and you have a student in the class, there's a whole process. We have a whole RTI team at our school site, which includes me as the RTI coach, the principal, the family engagement officer, the special ed teachers. But there's a big team of people who
That's
meet.
your class team.
Yeah, who meet every week, once a week. Teachers can bring us the names of students that they have concerns with. They can come to the meeting and join us, and we can brainstorm in that meeting the best steps forward and the interventions that are appropriate for that student. There's also the whole process of these 6-week cycles is that we're constantly monitoring the progress or the achievement of all of our focus kids. So we can very quickly, within a 6-week cycle, pick up when somebody is kind of falling through the cracks and make sure that we put some interventions in place for them.
That's great. And the focus kids are based on being identified by their, are they ASI? Is it an ASI score? Is it by grades? Is it by teachers? How is it?
So,
how are they identified?
We use, for literacy, district-wide assessments, which are the TCRWP reading assessments that we look to see if students are making benchmark or not. And if they're not, where are they and what type of help would they need? And we analyze those in detail, not just what level they are, but is it comprehension, is it accuracy, fluency, why is it fluency, is it expression? We go really deep with those assessments.
That's really cool. Okay, I know I have limited time, so I'm going to move to the next one. So then you have these class teams, and how do you identify other needs besides the academic? Because this is focused on academic interventions, and you had mentioned other interventions. So how do you identify, and what do you do if you think there might be a mental health issue, or you think the kid might not be able to see, or their tooth hurts, or there's something else going on?
So at our site, we have 4 meetings a month, and 2 of them are teacher referral meetings. One is a case management meeting, and the other is devoted to PBIS and mental health. Our on-site psychologist attends all 4 meetings. At our case management meeting, we always talk about who's receiving services. We, in fact, just had a counseling spot open up, so tomorrow's topic of meeting is we're going to look at our list and see who we'd like to be next in line for mental health services. PBIS is a team that involves our Learn staff, it involves our IAs, it involves a pretty extensive team, and we're working on school-wide behavior supports, as well as we're implementing restorative justice coaches at the 5th grade to work with our younger students to bring that work starting at a very young age and hopefully see some changes.
So you have
in
5th graders
behavior.
working with 1st graders, is that what you?
We're going to have 5th graders on the yard for kindergarten, 1st and 2nd grade, doing restorative justice work.
Very cool. I love how coordinated it is. It's like all the pieces are coming together, which I know had been your vision. So the final question is, last night I was at a P&O meeting, and there were, there's always a lot of questions in both the P&O and the PAC about RTI. In both the P&O and the PAC about RTI. But that's true. And I think that the question that keeps emerging, I feel like parents just don't know what's going on. Like, people are asking, in fact, a lot of people are, when they ask for what they want, what they really are asking for is what we're doing with RTI. I mean, you were there last night, Pasquale, and so I'm wondering what you do, for example, if a student is part of that 6 to 8 week cycle, how is the parent brought into that? And then just in general, how are schools letting their communities know that the community that really needs to know about this, not just, folks who maybe are reading the newsletter, how parents know that this is happening? Because parent buy-in is obviously really important, and also just as far as goodwill with the schools, that they know, that people know that this is happening.
I do think that sometimes as professionals, we are moving so fast and we know what we're doing that we maybe don't communicate with the families quite as much as we should about what all the services are that we offer at the schools. And I think that's something we can improve on by publishing it, by making sure that families in the family handbook from the school or whatever else we're sending home know exactly what's offered, because then maybe they'll give us the referral and say, this is something I see my child struggling with, and I'm glad to know that you have that at the school. Sometimes they don't know exactly what we have offered, but I think Simone's going to speak to that as well.
Well, go ahead, yeah.
Well, also that if a student is in the 6 to 8 week cycle, we call the parents, we send notes home, we're in constant contact about letting them know what's going on with a particular student when they enter an intervention program.
I think it would be really great to make sure that's happening across the board, because we had some parents last night who found out kind of after the fact, and I think it's just really good. And they have such helpful information too, because they see what's happening at home, and so it's really great.
Can I just add one thing? So 2 weeks ago, we just presented to our SGC around all of our intervention work at the school. We presented with the Google slideshow, and we're going to do the same thing for the PTA, because I agree with you. I think the more knowledge that we give the parents, it helps.
Yeah, I would just recommend a meeting that's not the SGC or the PTA, because the PTA is a certain group of parents and the SGC is even a more involved group of parents. And I think then something that's specific to interventions might get a broader audience.
Maggie, can you go back to the slide that had the 80% of the time of RTI teacher leaders spent on direct services and 20%?
Sure.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I've got it on now.
So this is the teacher leaders, the RTI teacher leaders. So one question that came up last year was there was some criticism from some members of the PAC and I think some of the community members that we were investing a lot of money in RTI and it wasn't going to direct services. And what I heard you all talk about it, and you mentioned this, Susan, the coordination that's required is really extensive. And that really resonated with me and seems right and necessary. So I was actually surprised to see that 80% of the time is spent on direct services. To me, based on what you're saying, I would expect it to be flipped. But so is it really only 20% of the RTI teachers' time spent on the coordination?
Well, that's 20% that they're being paid for, but as is the case with all professionals, people work far beyond the duty day and do a lot of that case management on their own time. But in order to make the accelerated growth with students, we need as much time with the kids as humanly possible. So we have tried to get smarter about how we do case management, and you can see from some of the slides that I showed that we have case management reports in Illuminate, and we're getting better and better at that, and those data cycles are happening. Of course, it would be better to have a higher percent for case management, but we're also responding to the community, and the communities, really express that they want to see more direct service with kids.
But in your, I mean, is that ratio what your ideal in your as professional?
I would tell you my big
Come up to.
thing is that I do want my professionals nose to nose with kids. I do. I want that happening a lot because there's never enough. You give me, 60%, I want 80, because I see it working and I want more. But what we do is teachers teach during the day. They do their planning after school and at lunch. Kirsten happens to be the district teacher, RTI teacher, but she's also my RTI site teacher. So she serves kids from, I have to find her. I know fifth grade, kindergarten, fifth grade again, third grade, second grade, and it just goes on, and that's where she moves. After school, we are meeting. After school, at lunch, we're having these long meetings. So we do the coordination when the school day is done, by and far. Once in a while, she has like a morning, she does this, or we'll meet at 1:30 on Friday when you can't get much more shoved in their little heads. That's when we'll sit and do our work, because they're just,
Okay, that's helpful, thank you.
That's how we do it. It's choice time in the classrooms and that sort of, but it's really strategic.
But I will say that some sites have tried to go and use other funds from their site to hire people to do case management at a different level. And I think that's what you could see in the slides from Rosa Parks with Brooke Puss and Wedby, because that's a site-funded position. And that allows them to do tracking in a different type of way.
So she spends much more of her
She
time on coordination?
assesses and case manages.
Okay.
And I will tell you that our success rate, if you look at the fall TCRWP report, we now have grade levels, particularly first grade, where we have up to 96% proficiency in reading right now. I'm an optimist and think that will keep going up, but we are definitely working to close that gap.
Okay, just one more question is, and then, will you remind me, Maggie or Pascal, the point, so we have a 0.6 divided between the two of you for K-8 district-wide RTI coordination. Is that the plan, or did we want and allocate money for a higher percentage of?
Well, I think I'll go to Susan's point that we would always ask for more. I think what happened is in the initial LCAP allocation, there was a 0.6 allocated, and then we had some trouble filling that position for a year, so it kind of laid flat. So if you're asking me now if we'd like more, yes, we'd like more RTI.
The reason it's 0.6 now is that is what we allocated for
Initially,
this year.
yeah, and then the position wasn't unfilled. There was some questions about, well, are we going to be able to really project this resource into the schools from the central office in a way that's effective? We didn't get the answer to that because, again, it was vacant for quite some time. But now that these folks have come on, I think we're trending in the right direction.
I just like to. Go ahead.
We also, just so you know, I add a 0.2 out of site funds for my RTI teacher because 0.6, which is what I get, is not enough. And who's going to work 0.6? You know, it's important someone's there for all the meetings, all the activities all day long, the staff meeting, the cost meeting, the IEPs, all that stuff. So I add to that using site funds. So the district gives me 0.6, I add 0.2, and then the district cover, you know, the other two for the district level.
And that's kind of a shared goal for principals and also the district staff. We're also trying to look for places where we avoid some of this. Well, we have a 0.6 RTI allocated for the site, and that person's also doing the 0.4 in EL support and really kind of being protective of cobbling positions together in a way that people are so stretched that they are no longer as effective as they could be.
Okay, thanks.
I think, sorry to interrupt you, but I think most principals are following Susan's lead, and most principals want more RTI at their sites and are searching for ways to fund it.
Okay, I have Karen and then Josh.
So it's very clear that all of you are very committed to making this work and have really been working on making this be a system-wide program that is articulated with fidelity and with consistency. I would like to have it and I am really looking forward to seeing some of the data because quite frankly, last year's data around RTI was very disappointing. And particularly when it came to African American students, that in some case, African American students who had been part of the RTI initiative were actually doing slightly worse than they had the year before. So I'm really looking forward, to seeing kind of, you know, the results that you're talking about anecdotally, and you mentioned in the pre-data, to know that this investment has turned that situation around. But I am interested in knowing more about at some point, if not now, I know it's late, about given that the last data specifically illustrated that our black students were not being as well served with the RTA model as other students receiving the same services, if that part of RTI has been addressed. And so that's one of my questions. My other question is that I'd like to know more about if this is in fact as well done as it seems to be in the schools that are represented here. You know, is there a consistency? I mean, not every principal is here. And so I, would like to know in terms of when we get the data, it may not be the data that we get publicly, but school site by school site, so we can kind of see kind of who are our heroes, and our models of excellence, and where are the sites that we need to look at why it's not working as effectively as it is in some of our other sites. I have a few more. I'm trying to go as fast as I can. I also am concerned and would like to know more about what Director Appel, I think, briefly mentioned, was the use of RTI to not just look at purely academic outcomes, but I had the opportunity to speak to our special ed department, and our disproportionality for identifying Black students as being either emotionally disturbed or other health impairment, which is usually behavioral outcome, is actually risen this past year as opposed to declining. So I'm very concerned that given the investment in RTI, which has been said as being, that is how we're going to address, that's one of the main ways that we're going to address disproportionality. How is that being done if in fact we're seeing more disproportionality and not less? And we are fully expecting that we will be under a federal mandate to address not just emotional disturbance, but both emotional disturbance and OHI, which we kind of knew was, so that to me is a really major issue that I think your team needs to address, because something about that piece of it, to me, obviously, we need to look at why that is. And it might be, and I think as part of that, it's a tier 1 issue, as much as anything else. I mean, class management. We have some teachers who are wonderful class managers, and some teachers who really need the assistance of the teachers who are models to help them improve in that area. Also, implicit bias is another area. I've told the story. I kicked the principal in the shin when I was in 2nd grade, and they wanted to the equivalent of back 20 million years ago of emotionally disturbed, but it was because I was in an environment of being the only Black student in that school, and I was an angry kid because of my experience every single day. And so children know when teachers may have favorites or or have some implicit biases. They may not be able to articulate it like in words, but they can articulate it in behavior that is not conducive to academic learning for either themselves or the other students in the class. So those are the things I really wanted to stress. I also wanted to, in terms of takeaways also, is looking at, how we do, I want to piggyback on the issue about the summer slide and, in learning more about, the students that are particularly in the 2 and 3 tiers, how are we going to, what are we going to be doing for those students to make sure that they are receiving some continuation of support during the summer? So all of the work that's happening here, that's great, it is not lost. And lastly, I can't emphasize enough the need to take the time to do community information and education about what we're doing, both of the families of the students that are directly receiving our services in RTI, but also the community as a whole. I certainly hear, quite frequently, just people don't know. They don't know what's available, and so they then believe that it's not available, and that becomes the urban myth. So I really think it's important, to use whether it's our A1, A+ news, and I think particularly school site newsletters, because a lot of parents are more likely to read the school site newsletter than something that the district comes out. And maybe you can work with our Office of Family Engagement, as well as as Charles, to get something out that could then be tailored to each school site and provide that. And I think something like Back to School Night is oftentimes where you see the largest and most diverse group of families turn out. And so I think that to kind of target that as being where, I know in the old days, the principal used, particularly the elementary school, would take 10 minutes or so before families went to classrooms to talk about, either hold elections or talk about things of school-wide importance. And I think that might be an opportunity so people know what's being offered. So I think that those are the main issues that I wanted to touch on. Oh, the only last thing I just want to say, it seems like there's a lot of initiatives, and I know that one shoe doesn't fit all, but I wonder that sometimes in the district that we have our teachers juggling so many new balls that they have to learn that you cannot, it's hard to learn 10 new things effectively. So I'd really like us to be cognizant of, not putting our teachers in that position that they're constantly being bombarded with, new ways of doing things, as opposed to maybe there's 3 or 4 of the most important things that if they spend the time to do well, that it might be easier for them to be more effective and might end up being a first student. So I'm not saying that's the case, but just when you were kind of blurting out all these different things, I know if I was a teacher, I would feel like, oh my God, there's 4 different curriculums that I'm trying to learn while I'm trying to do this intervention, and I don't want us for good intentions being, maybe diluting what we could be doing by focusing more.
Well, I would say that I think we're actually strengthening it, and I believe that with the PLC at the heart of the work, which is a new initiative, that brings tremendous focus and objectivity to the work, and that I believe that's transformed the work actually, and the other areas go hand in hand with that, and that's why I chose to present it to the board this way, so that you could see that the things we're putting our tremendous effort and expertise into are making a big difference for kids.
No, it is clear that you are putting in a tremendous effort, and what I'm hearing today is just light years of what we were hearing a couple of years ago. So I absolutely recognize that.
One piece that I want to add to that, he's never going to get a turn, is
it's all right. We'd
it's
much
because
rather
he's
hear
that
from
fat
you.
kid, we don't call him you. Is that the family engagement? Well, she said, right? Remember, you were, yeah. Family engagement person in there. When you're at the table and you're talking about needs and housing, that all comes up at cost. The family engagement person there, she's going to go right at, we buy clothes for kids. So that loop is having that at the cost team, so we're coordinated, and that comes up too. And the last piece I want to say really quickly is, by law, if a child is not responding, and we have kids that don't respond to the interventions, by law, at a certain point, if a child is not responding to Tier 1, Tier 2, we're increasing our efforts and the frequency, and they may not even be responding at Tier 3, then we may suspect that there might be a learning disability, and by law, we have to investigate that. We have to consider that a child might have an actual learning disability, and you don't get to make them up. You sit and a child is assessed fully, and if they don't qualify, they don't qualify, no matter who they are. If they do qualify. The
But with all due
stuff-
respect,
Yeah.
when we have right now almost 1 out of every 4 black student in our district being identified as a special ed, of needing of special ed services, many of which are ED
Yeah.
and OHI, I understand what you're saying, but not 23% of every black student in our district.
Yeah, I don't see that level at our schools.
Well,
but maybe it's
maybe
older
you're
as they get up.
district-wide, so that's what I'm addressing. That is what I'm saying, that is not
Yeah.
identifying those students that can only have their needs addressed by that level of identification.
So for the record, I got a 4.0 Berkeley High. And I'd just like to say, Mr. Scuderi, that when earlier on when we asked you a question of like, do you need more money? Your answer tonight was right on point. So you explained why, and you said yes. So I appreciate that. And I mean, I'm joking, but I'm also actually being serious, that I appreciate your willingness to just be explicit about it. So I will try to be somewhat brief. So I think I'd like to start just by thanking you all for being here and for sticking around, acknowledging the difficult work that we're talking about. Addressing the needs of students who are struggling is incredibly difficult work. It's very complicated, it's very systemic, it involves everything we've talked about, from implicit bias to poverty in some situations to all sorts of things. And it is not easy to do. It is really, really hard. My day job is all focused on like sort of how to do that at a statewide level, and so it's difficult. And it takes time, much to, I think, the chagrin of, understandably, parents and teachers and principals and board members and superintendents in our community. It takes time to address sort of systemic change. And I've said this before, I said it today actually, if it was my kid who couldn't read in 3rd grade, tomorrow's too long. But when you talk about sort of systemic change, how do, if that kid has a younger brother, younger sister, for when they're in 3rd grade, and, how do we make it so that it's not just, for that one kid, and actually as a policy is very, very hard. My recollection from now being on the board over 6 years is that we've been doing and investing in RTI for those 6 years and have invested significant sums of money. Perhaps not in as focused a way as we are now and as a deliberate a way as we are now, but we've been doing this for quite some time. I think what I've heard and sort of echoes what we've talked about in other contexts, which is what we're doing now is more focused. And that means that whether you're an aide, a teacher, a principal, an assistant a superintendent, that there's a lot more clarity as to purpose and clarity as to coordination, so you're not having on your own to find an intervention strategy, right? You have someone who you can go to support your work with a particular student. And I think we've seen in other instances that focus has paid dividends, whether it's with other aspects, say, at Berkeley High or other things that not getting involved in sort of initiativitis and doing one thing year after year is different, but staying focused really, really pays dividends. I wanted to ask briefly, Director Riddle, in terms of fidelity and sort of evenness of implementation. I know it's been an issue over the years. How do we feel that's been going specifically at the elementary school level? I know we're just doing it at the middle, so elementary school level, how do we feel like that's going?
Well, I think it's our best year ever. I think that with our RTI teachers in place at the sites, our 2 RTI teacher leaders and our principals, and the accountability systems that we've put in, particularly the 6-week data cycles, we've become very goal-driven, and I believe that this is going to be a breakthrough year for us. So I believe that every single site, while they're not exactly the same, and some sites need a little more support, that we have made tremendous progress this year.
Okay. Would you say that most sites are sticking to the 6-week cycle pretty?
I would say all sites.
All sites.
All sites.
Okay.
But within that, we continue to train and work on that. And, some of the systems like Illuminate are difficult for people to some extent. So we try to be what we call Illuminate fluent. And so there might be sites where folks need a little bit more work in that regard. There might be sites where we need to do a little more training, formal training on LLI or that type of thing. But all sites are on the 6-week cycle, and we discuss the cycles in the principals' meetings, and we discuss them in the various other meetings that we have.
And in terms of the interventions that are available and the sort of quality of that intervention, how is the evenness of that with respect to our, say, 11 elementary schools?
Well, all 11 elementary schools have the same basic intervention programs. Elementary schools are piloting different programs. For example, Jefferson's piloting Wilson, and that's a program that is much more phonics-based, and it also is a program for kids who have learning disabilities. And we are also, at this point, looking at a couple of pilots of other phonics programs in several of the elementary schools, but we have the same basic intervention programs at all schools.
Okay. And I'm sorry to go on this. I just know that over the years this has been an issue, so I'm interested in sort of how this has been going. There was an alternative to the Khan Academy that was mentioned.
Yeah, Khan Academy.
But there's an alternative to it.
Oh, Zern.
Zern. Okay. So is that a pilot, or is that something that is available as an intervention for all elementary schools?
It can be available as an intervention for all elementary schools, but I don't think that particular program is in all schools now. But our math teacher, teacher on special assignment, Ana Delgado, is regularly in the schools making that available and working with the math teacher leaders who meet regularly as well, so that they can bring that back to the site.
Okay. And I think this is true, but I just want to check for understanding here. My sense over the years is that the primary focus of RTI has been on English language arts, not exclusively, but that in terms of where we've spent the majority is maybe the wrong word, but that we look at the list of interventions, we look at what we're talking about, that it tends to have leaned more towards that area than, say, math. Is that a more or less accurate sort of assessment?
I think that it probably does lean a little bit more towards English language arts, yes. And this is the year of the reader. And, Karen made her comment about whether we're bringing in many initiatives or are we basically, I'm paraphrasing now, concentrating. And we are definitely concentrating on reading this year.
Okay.
But they do, it has been, we had lit coaches, right? We have them, and so you had a really convenient, well-trained, well-managed group of people at every site providing Tier 3 instruction in reading, which does not exist in math. We still don't have that position.
So maybe that's a better way of framing it, that the intervention we had available were stronger in the area of ELA.
Yes,
maybe that's the right way of saying it, that the interventions were stronger than in math.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
okay.
And so we're just now, I think, getting up to that, getting better at that and finding those. And, the intervention, the RTI teachers are pulling math groups too now instead of the one lit coach at the site. Okay. This is also only the second year we had RTI money. We talked about RTI, we talked about intervening, but there was nobody, wasn't a position, there was no one in charge of it, there was no one tracking it. So it's, as you said, the systems are getting better.
You're referring to sort of a district-wide RTI position.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. And I bring that up in part because when we're looking at evaluating a program, we want to be clear on sort of where we expect to see success and where we don't. And so if we don't have any math intervention available in Tier 1 or 2, Tier 3, then our expectations around sort of math outcomes should be tempered by that reality. And similarly, if we think that our ELA interventions are strong, then we would expect to see stronger ELA outcomes, and in fact, we do. And that's sort of the last point I want to make. I think that we need to be careful we list in the item a number of outcomes that I believe, based upon the fact that it was included, we attribute in some way to RTI. And I think that we just need to be careful sort of being clear what our sort of outcomes connected to this really are. And so we're not criticizing ourselves unnecessarily or taking credit for things that really are not connected to a particular program, particularly since, I don't need to go through the list, but there are some that I don't think are really directly related to what we've been presented on today. And I do want to mention, just for my fellow board members, since we're talking about Smarter Balanced Assessment at some point, it is listed here as an area, as an indicator that we're sort of interested in with respect to RTI. I think we then have to ask ourselves, is that really the case, since as a district we've sort of questioned the value of that test. So this is a side comment, but it's an example of what a comment I made in the past, that we need to be clear. Are we using this to pat ourselves on the back or say we're not doing well, or are we not? And I think one of the things, to get a sneak peek of the dashboard, we do quite well with respect to our SBA. So the dashboard is a new accountability system replacing API, and it has multiple indicators, including indicators around math and ELA. And as you will see when it comes out tomorrow, that we do pretty well in math and ELA. But then we have to ask ourselves, if we don't care about the SBA, then we shouldn't be patting ourselves on the back, even if everyone else is. So I just flag it because I think when we come back to it, Mr. President, it's something we need to really be consistent with.
Well, I appreciate that, and I think that we have a special meeting planned for March 29th where that may be the subject of that special meeting. I know it's late, I just want to ask one final question, which is directly related to what Director Daniels just asked, which is, you talked about really looking in depth at the TCRWP results, not just sort of the top line scores, but in a way to really address what interventions are needed for particular kids. Is there anything from the SBA ELA test that gives you more information that you use to inform instruction and interventions that the TCRWP results don't give you?
So Illuminate created a report that, so one of my sites is Emerson, of course, in the district role. I also took on my own site because that made the most sense. So Susan and I have Monday data meetings, and one of the reports that we found really interesting that we analyzed was a 3, 4, 5. They compared our TCRWP scores to how our students did on the SBA. There were a lot of trends in that data that actually helped us see where some of our gaps were around comprehension, and we've actually built LLI groups in 5th grade and in 3rd grade based on that data. I'm not sure if I'm answering your question, but excellent. I really feel like Illuminate has been valuable in that way because they're analyzing now. We saw trends that if you made grade level or close to grade level, you did pretty well on the SBA. So we started looking at the students that aren't quite there yet and really targeting them to move them along with LLI groups so they can also access the SBA better. Because if you're on grade level or approximating grade level, you're going to access that test.
They have to be above grade level. We found out. Remember, we were looking that, and this is what this happened. I have that same data. I don't ever have time to look at it. But now that we have a meeting, we sit, that coordinator going to all those schools is what keeps your schools moving forward together now, is that a child has to actually be reading above grade level 1 tick to hit proficiency in the SBA by and large. So now our goal is getting everyone 1 grade level more than we used to, knowing that they have to have, it's sort of like they just have to be a little stronger to go into that different format of the SBA. The thing about the SBA is that if you're going to assess students and teachers are going to go through that process, they have a vested interest and they want their kids to do pretty well. And we consider it, and most schools do, is another way that a child may have to perform at a certain time in their life when they're taking the GRE, or maybe that'll all go away sometime, but maybe not. But can this child now take this information and go into a complete different setting and perform still? And that's kind of what the SBA is, right? You've been doing all this reading with books, and now you're online with 2 screens. You have to be able to be flexible and take your learning and use it in different settings. And that's how we use the SBA.
Okay, well, this is very interesting. I appreciate it. And I think we could probably talk for another hour about that and other subjects, but we appreciate you being here so late. So thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. It's very smart.
So is anybody here for public comment? No? Okay. I adjourned the meeting too early last time.
I have one comment just at the end of
Yes,
it.
go ahead.
I forgot to say that I do have office hours tomorrow at La Casa Latina from 4:30 to 6 o'clock. If nobody comes, I have by 5:30, then I'm going to have to leave because I have a school board association meeting.
And actually, I'm sorry, since we're doing that, Karen and I had office hours together last time, and Liz, I just wanted to make sure you heard this too, that this time last time I went to her time, this time she's coming to my time, so I'm going to do the same thing, and we'll have office hours together at 10:30 at Cafe Layla. So I don't know if it's possible to send something out about that change in time for me. That would be helpful. Or just maybe a notice out about all of our office hours.
All right,
Thank you.
Meeting is adjourned. And we They, I think tomorrow, they're going to post answers to our questions. You know, we all ask us questions. Yeah. So of course you'll get, we'll have almost a
But you know, it's so funny because the school that you needed to say that to here.
That's what I assumed too, but these are the best of the brightest. I mean,
Oxford is good too.
I mean,
Oxford got a good
Jefferson's
program.
always been on it. Emerson's usually been pretty much on it, so.
And then there will be another
Oxford is doing really well. Rosa Parks is doing well. But there are some schools like I don't see that level. It's getting more systematic across the board, but the way we had to introduce it is one thing at a time because it's like, oh, it's overwhelming, which is basically how I want to do it. Like Thousand Oaks, Thousand Oaks is
And good for
one.
Susan, but she doesn't have 23%, but that's what it's district-wide. And that's, and there is no.
We have an issue. I don't know. It was supposed to be action. What was that? The audit was supposed to be an action apparently and was an information.
Good job. Thank you so much. Yeah. I think we should get this. Well, Charles, hey Charles, maybe should Pascal say that? It doesn't really matter, but he's just trying to figure out technically how to say that.
The question is what email action should be. Yeah. Why? No, this will, it'll go to the staff. I think
No, it's staff, each reads the student. Well, that's the community center. Each reads the student.
Well, I mean, so all you would be doing is having the E3 moderator post it, sending it to VHS conference, and then sending it to the VHS student list. So, well, they're creating emails. I mean, Jay can give you those addresses. Well, I mean, it seems like we could go out. I actually think it's better to have all this information. I don't know if we should.
It's a tie? Oh, sorry.
Or just, yeah, I mean, I just think, I don't know, first one, really glad it's the first one in the morning.
By like 10 o'clock.
10:15, 10:30? Or from here, go ahead, what's the window? So come in at 10:30.
That's fine.
That's not, it's a matter of putting VHS conference, then there's a list of. You do have access. You type in VHS conference on your email, and you can send it to all of that. Student email list, I can get that from Aaron in the morning, and then I can send you, I gotta go to VT in the morning with the student issue there, so if you text me, I will.
I'm really sorry for the miscommunication.
No problem. Yeah.
Just to post the E-Tree, you send it to the.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, so E-Tree, VHS conference, that will give you the list, and then I'll get you the.
Have a question or whatever,
And then if you
you
do
can
post
hold me here.
his letter, I think public information is better than coming from
Well, that's okay. We know where to find you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
sorry about that. At least you got
All right, thank you. And Jay gives you any shit, don't call me.
I haven't actually had the opportunity to come to the.
All right, well, now you have.
Now I've been.
All right, thank you so much.
Have a good night.
Apologies.
Thank
Yep.
you.